with yet another exciting season of PUBG Mobile as the top sides from South Asia go toe-to-toe for a shot at being the best team from their region. We are set to witness all the thrills and action in a fresh new format. For PMPL South Asia Fall Split 2022, the league stage will be divided into 3 weeks. Each week consists of 5 match days with 5 matches played out per day. Teams will be shuffled into groups at the beginning of every week and all teams will play 4 matches per day. At the end of every week, the top 12 teams for that week will play an additional match on limit. Each week will start fresh with no points carried over from the previous weeks. During the entire league stage, teams will have a chance to earn bonus points. Twice based on a team's placement in each week and once based on their overall placement in the league table. At the end of 3 weeks, the top 16 teams based on their total scores will move on to the finals. These teams will start the finals with the sum total of the bonus points they have earned throughout the league stage. This means that the teams who do well in the league stage will have a significant advantage in the finals. The finals will be played out over 3 days with 6 matches per day. At the end of 3 days, the team with the most points will be declared the champions of PMPL South Asia. Additionally, the top 10 teams will also be moving on to the PMPL South Asia Championship. How will teams adapt to this new format and season? Stay tuned to find out.
This is more than a competition. It is a war where the warriors risk it all. They fight like there's no tomorrow. This is the sound of South Asia, live on the PUBG Mobile Esports official YouTube channel.
Hello and a very warm welcome to all of you watching us online right now. Welcome to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Fall Split 2022, ladies and gentlemen, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside me. And ladies and gentlemen, we're about to begin day 2 of week number 2, which has been off to an interesting start, to say the least. We saw Venom Legend sitting in the top 2, A1 Esports sitting in the 3rd position in the overall ranking. So a lot of things that we did not expect to happen are happening right now. And Necro, that means this week is going to be a lot more intense than the previous one.
Hopefully it's going to be intense because, again, all the teams that in week 1 were not able to perform, now in week 2 they're actually able to step up to the occasion as well. So far, at least in day 1, they have done a phenomenal job, but hopefully they're able to keep the rankings going up forward as well. We had a conversation about this yesterday during the closing of the show. It's easy to get a rank, but it's hard to maintain it. Now, these teams at week 1, with the levels they have struggled, it's really easy to point fingers on them.
Exactly, and we'll tell you why all of this struggle during these league play days is going to be important. Because, ladies and gentlemen, every single week's performance matters and it decides where you will start in the grand finals. Based on where the teams finish every single week, they are handed points based on their rankings on the overall leaderboard, and those points are the initial starting points for the grand finals that are going to happen starting from the 30th of September and also on the 1st and the 2nd of October. And in the end, if you finish in the top 10 in the PMPL SA finals, you get to play in the PMPL South Asia Championship, where 10 teams from the PMPL South Asia will be joined by 6 teams from PLPL Pakistan. So that is the next stage in the tournament. But in this stage as well, there's a lot on the line. There's $150,000 in prize money that's put on the table right now.
Exactly, $150,000 online, ladies and gentlemen, from which $1,000 will be given away to the tournament MVP. And of course, we have first place getting $10,000, second place getting $6,500, third place getting $4,500, and it's going to keep on descending downwards. And this is going to be another factor that's going to add a lot of pressure on these teams. Now, keep this in mind. The schedule has already been told you guys, or how the entire tournament is going to be working. Basically, just to give you guys a short understanding of how this is going to be going down. So every single team in league days, they are going to be fighting for the rankings, of course. In the overall rankings, if a team is on first spot, or top 12 teams in general will get a chance to fight in Livik. That is an extra bonus game these teams will have a chance to play inside. And at the end of the entire week, on all games are done, if your team has found yourself on the first spot, as you guys can see, the bonus points will be awarded. And bonus points, of course, will be given to all the 20 teams. But as you can see, it's going to keep on descending downwards itself. So it's not going to make sense to not try for the bonus or not try and get those bonus points. So every single game, every single day is really important.
Exactly. You have to maintain a high enough position in the overall ranking every single week to get these bonus points for the finale. For what happened in week 1, we saw Godlike Stalwart already sitting on 20 points in terms of their starting position for the grand finals. They are on the first position right now. DRS is on the second because they finished second in the overall rankings for week 1. ILC on third, and so on. High Voltage, we have to say, have been very consistent because week number 1, they are sitting on the 4th position in terms of their overall rankings, and in week 2, they are sitting on the 1st position with no chicken dinners. So they are having a pretty phenomenal run for themselves, and they have to make sure that they manage to be this consistent the next week as well. But ladies and gentlemen, the good old point structure on our screens, where if you finish first, if you walk away with the chicken dinner in a game, you get 15 points. You finish second, you get 12. You finish third, you get 10 points. For finishing fourth, you get 8 points, and so on. From 8th to 12th position in terms of ranking, you get 1 placement point. For 13th to 16th position in terms of the overall ranking, you get 0 placement points. And of course, there's the 1 point per elimination in game.
Now again, after Group 1, I mean, as we know, in Group A, we have Godlike Stalwart, Elementrix coming in, Raw Official, A+B Esports. Now, again, A1, they have done a phenomenal job yesterday. And just to let you guys know that after the week 1, in week 2, the groups have been shuffled as well, according to the overall ranking. So these groups definitely are going to be quite interesting. As always, I mean, Godlike Stalwart deserves to be in that Group 1, so that's why they're going to be here. This is where majority of the times Godlike Stalwart has been. So, yeah, in Group 1, they're here, Raw Official, and OK's performance yesterday. Elementrix in week 1, they have done phenomenal. In week 2, still yet to show themselves up.
Yeah, definitely. But Godlike Stalwart, as you mentioned, one of the strongest contenders to lift the trophy this time around. Week 2, not off to a good start for them, so hopefully there's going to be a recovery from their side. But talking about Group B, we have DRS, T2K, DAX, and MABETEX. Now, a few teams are doing quite decent. DRS sitting on the 8th position with 31 points. MABETEX this week are looking very good, at least till now. Yesterday, they finished top 4 in 2 games, and the rest of the 2 games, they weren't really looking that well, finishing 12th in 1 match and 8th in 1 match, which is 5 eliminations. But still, their overall performance is better than they did in week 1, so we're going to be hopeful about them for this week. On the other side, T2K is sitting outside of the top 10, and DAX still stuck in their old ways as week 1, this time still sitting on the 16th position after the first day.
Yeah, I mean, again, as you mentioned, DAX in general, again, really bad start even inside the week 2. Something needs to be pulled off here, because we did speak about, as Johnny did mention, even in week 1, DAX performance was really not that great. And considering in week 2, all the teams have already stepped up who are not doing that great on week 1, DAX need to step it up as well, because when they look at themselves and when they realize that now they're the only one who are stuck down here, it's going to hurt them a lot mentally speaking. But let's shuffle our focus on other teams as we have Group Roster D coming in, and of course High Voltage is going to be there, as Johnny mentioned, currently sitting on top of the table inside week 2 without even getting a single chicken dinner, ladies and gentlemen. Just off of their consistency, High Voltage are in the first spot. And then you have Group Roster E coming in, Deadeyes Guys in 1952, Giant Mara Esports, and Gremlin Storm. Even Gremlin Storm, they're a really phenomenal team.
Yeah, they are doing quite decent this week, but again, it's a similar situation to week 1 for them as well, Necro, because yesterday, their first match, which is game number 2 of the day, they did quite well, finishing top 2 with 9 eliminations, but the matches after that, they were 11th with one elimination, then again in match number 4 of the day, they were 11th with 1 elimination, match number 5, they finished 12th with 4 eliminations. So the numbers, they dropped, and they dropped quite drastically. Gremlin Storm, they have to be very consistent in order to keep this average going. Otherwise, if this drops any further, they're going to be in trouble just like week 1.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, on 10th position, I think so. There is a possibility Gremlin Storm will probably hold it down. And considering the fact that DRS is right above them. WIZZES Club as well is right above them. Deadeye's Warriors, nothing taken away from that team. A solid team without a doubt. Godlike Stalwart are still yet to make a climb, and we're probably going to see them take their throne back in their hands today because they're still eyeing out for that first spot. And we are not seeing IIT in the first page anymore. This means in the latter half of the board, there are still some of those teams that are capable of pulling wonders, but they haven't been able to perform, at least in day one, just yet. Godlike Gaming, IIT, T2K, Deadeye's guys, Seal, Giant Mara. I mean, all these teams, they have done phenomenal.
Yeah.
Other than Seal, all these teams, they have done phenomenal in week one. They were in the top 5, if I'm not wrong, as well. So, yeah, we know one thing for sure is that these teams will try to get their spots back.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Janmara is the only team that was kind of struggling in week one. They finished week one on the 15th position. Other than them, Deadeye's guys, Elementrix, Seal Esports, these teams, we saw them pop off so nicely in their run during the first week. I mean, Seal Esports, there were moments of genius from their end as well, but in the latter half of the week, they eventually fell off and they finished, I believe, the bottom 3 or the bottom 4. So I believe we are still seeing the effects, the aftermath of that downfall of theirs. But DE and Elementrix in the bottom 3 is quite surprising, especially Deadeye's guys. What is this drop from the top 5 to the bottom 2 now? Based on how their run was in week one and based on how their journey has been throughout the past PMPLs, we know we can expect them to redeem themselves. But when is that going to happen? Are they going to miss out on the extra points that they can get for themselves from the game of Livik, or are they not going to be able to score that many points from this week at all? All of that is going to be put in question, but they still have an opportunity to redeem themselves, though, because after all, it's still day 2.
Yep, it's still day 2, but here we go. The comparison of the performance of Venom Legends in week 1 and week 2, and you can clearly see a big difference, right? I mean, look at the damage dealt from the side of Venom Legends. Keep this in mind, ladies and gentlemen. Venom Legends was not one of those teams that went for just all at war, that just went pedal to the metal. No, they tried to play the game a really tactical and methodical approach, and that's what we saw yesterday from their side. They did not really have a lot of elimination points to back the chicken dinners up. But at the end of the day, what matters is that chicken dinner and the points you're getting and the consistency you're showing. Yesterday, I would say Venom Legends were consistent in most of the games, and that's what would really matter.
Yep, they got 2 wins for themselves. They got 2 chicken dinners in the 4 games that they played. That was very, very impressive. But apart from that, the last game of the day, there was a bit of a shutdown against the players of 1952. And to be fair, it was a very chaotic fight within the first 5 minutes of the game. So Venom Legends did not really have had an opportunity to do quite a lot in that situation. But the way they played in this match on Miramar, and also the Sanhok that happened right after, winning both those off maps, was very impressive. I'm going to be hopeful. I will hope that the team carries on with the same momentum, because the improvement that has been there since week 1 and week 2 to week 2, it has been quite drastic, and that has taken the level of competition up by quite a notch. And it's not just them, it's A1 Esports as well. A1 Esports went ahead and did quite well for themselves. But if we talk about Venom Legends doing really, really amazing this particular week while not performing the week prior, we have to talk about the teams that were doing well the previous week, and well, it seems like they're struggling this time around. I mean, one of those teams has to be T2K, because one win was there for them yesterday where they got 5 eliminations and the chicken dinner in game number 2 of the day. But apart from that, there was a 13th place finish, 10th place finish in one game, and then last game of the day they finished 14th. So the inconsistency is there from their side, but it is trained to kill. We know they need momentum in the first game of the day, and the rest of the day they're just going to smash the competition.
Oh, yeah, as you mentioned perfectly, they thrive off of momentum, and so far they're looking to find the momentum. I mean, they did get a chicken dinner, but if you take a look at the elimination points they only had 5 elimination points, and I don't think so that is enough for them to gain the momentum. Yeah, you can sometimes just try to play safe, and somehow you will get the win as well if you get your rotations right. We know T2K, they have a really good rotation pattern itself. They're really good at making the rotation. In general, if you speak about a tactical approach, T2K are good at it, but what really ups someone's confidence, or what really ups someone's morale, as I would say, the elimination points. If you're winning your duels, if you're winning your fights, you're automatically gonna have that sort of adrenaline boost. That's gonna even motivate you more to take those fights. And on the other hand, you have DRZ coming in now. Week 1 performance is going to be compared to the week 2 performance, of course, of day 1. And if you see on day 1, the performance is pretty much almost equal.
Yeah, I mean TRZ, they are right on the verge of breaking into the top
Yeah.
three, top 12. Sorry, but I mean their performance needs to go up by quite a lot because week one, what happened was they did really well for themselves during day number two, I believe it was, because day one wasn't really theirs. They fell down to the bottom three. Day two, there was a big jump where we saw them break into the top 10 for a few moments. But after that, TRZ again, there was a fall off. The rest of the 3 days of the previous week, they weren't really able to perform, and they finished the week with just 99 points to their name on the 17th position outside the top 16. And if that happens again this particular week, then TRZ, they're going to be in trouble, because then it's not even just the Livic game that's put under question, it's your slot in the grand finals.
Makes sense too, and you can clearly see they're trying as well. In the stats, you
Yeah,
saw
they
the
are.
comparison of week one, day one, and then week two, day one. And in week two, day one, they're looking a little bit more aggressive. They're looking a little bit more out for blood. They're getting more elimination points secured compared to the week one, day one. On the other hand, if you have the comparison of T2K of week one, day one, and week two, day one, you can clearly see the downfall. I mean, it is quite big if you speak about it. The damage numbers are almost close, but not close enough. Heals as well is really close. The eliminations, though, look at it, 2.8. And on the other hand, in week one, day one, they had 6.5 elimination. That's a big difference, Johnny.
Yeah, but you also remember that during the first 2 days of week one, T2K was sitting on the first position. They had overtaken Godlike Stalwart. That's how massively impactful their start was. It's the polar opposite of what happened in the first week. This time they are having a very bad start. The game's not really working out for them. As we even talked about that chicken dinner win that was there, it wasn't as big as we hoped it would be. Just 5 eliminations secured. Gremlin Storm in that particular game had 9 eliminations to themselves. DRS, they did quite decent as well, sitting on the third position of that match with 5 eliminations. But Train to Kill, every single time we see them, they're the sort of team whose firepower is right up there in comparison with Godlike Stalwart, in comparisons with the likes of IHC. So we always expect those high elimination numbers from their side, and this week we aren't really seeing that. So that is something that I'm a little bit concerned about, whether the lads are feeling a little bit underconfident. I hope not, because I love seeing them in action. But again, it just takes them one good game. You never know when that's going to happen. One of these players is just going to pop off, pull off some insane clutches, and everyone is going to be pumped after that. But that needs to happen soon.
Yeah, definitely does. But I mean, it's T2K, man. We all know what they're capable of, right?
Exactly.
In general, we don't really need to point fingers at T2K, considering
Exactly.
what their performance has been, even inside the previous PMPL and even inside week one of this PMPL. I mean, you can never doubt them. Another team, High Voltage, in the past known as WIZZES Esports. I mean, High Voltage has been a complete different brand. They used to have another set of players in the past when WIZZES Esports was another lineup, but now High Voltage, I think so, if I'm not wrong, they just decided to buy the entire WIZZES Esports lineup, and now they just have these 4 incredible human beings who are just really good at the game of PUBG, and they are showcasing it phenomenally too in the overall rankings. Yesterday on day one, we saw incredible performance, and I would say what they have done perfectly is they kind of decided to stay under the radar as well. They did not have any sort of chicken dinners, neither they had any sort of flashy plays, but all they had was consistency, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, their name itself describes how they have been playing right up until now in this week. It's been just high voltage action. Every single game, doesn't matter if they get taken out super early. They had an early exit in the very first game of the day. They finished 7th. They should have gotten 2 points for that. But they got 11 eliminations in that particular match, which is just insane. Considering the team got taken out pretty early in the game. Rest of the matches, they finished 5 with 5 eliminations. Their second last game, they finished 3rd with 10 eliminations. And the last game, they made it to the top 2. So High Voltage, as you mentioned, they haven't really won the game. The limelight has never shown upon them. But the performances, it is pretty darn good. I mean, the consistency in terms of the level of aggression that they bring to the table, it's just right. It's just right. Not too aggressive, but not too passive either.
Yeah, they definitely have been out for blood yesterday, and the aggression, if you'd like to say that, It is looking all-time high from their side. Hopefully this keeps on
Yeah.
going even in the future games, because in week 1, if you remember, Johnny, later on in later days of week 1, it did seem like High Voltage slowly and steadily they were gaining momentum inside the lobby. They were getting a little too used in the lobby. They were pretty much just shaking off those jitters pretty easily. And then now inside week 2, the transformation has been pretty nice. The overall just transition inside week 2 has been just incredible. And hopefully this keeps on going. But ladies and gentlemen, as you guys know, there is a show launched for all the Nepal audience out there, for all the Nepal community out there. F in the chat. Let's take a look at the trailer.
PMPL Fanchat 4 जना उताबाट पेलवानहरु आइरहेको छ अनि उ बिचारा के गरोस् त भन न
दुईटा गर्लफ्रेन्डको एकैचोटी कल आयो वाउ नाइस
वा बाउ बन्दैछ भनेर चाहिँ मलाई थाहा थिएन यार केको केपअप हुन्छ यो भनेको बिहाइन्ड द सिन हो
ए
So that's a new show. That's another show right there. Fan chat for you guys, ladies and gentlemen. And it seems like it's going to be quite exciting as well. Super fun. But it is going to be dropped out soon. I believe it's going to be out pretty soon. We're going to find out exactly when, though. But again, ladies and gentlemen, that is the fun part of the game, right? Now we get to the competition, because we do have the schedule of the day on our screens right now. And today, again, we are going to be having 3 games of Miramar. So Godlike Stalwart, IHC, they're going to be very darn happy about that. Starting off on Miramar, map number 2 is going to be Sanhok. Map number 3 is going to be Miramar again. Then we have an Erangel. And then the last game will be on Miramar. In the order that the groups won't be playing, it is game number 1, Group E will be missing. Game number 2, it will be Group D. Then there's C, B, and the last game will be skipped out on by the teams of Group A. So considering now, Necro, we have the information, we have the map, we have the name of the group that's not playing. So Group E, that's DE, 1952, Janmaro, Gremlin Storm, not performing on the first game. Who do you pick to win the first game of day 2, week 2?
Oh man, let me tell you what, with all those shows coming in for all the Nepal audience out there, I think so they're looking pretty happy, you know, Johnny?
Yeah.
And with that being said, if they're looking happy, that means the mentality as well has to be good. So I think so I need to side up with someone from the Nepal region though. But at the same time, I don't want to go first, Johnny. Do you want to go first?
Yeah, sure. I'll go with High Voltage.
Okay.
I'd already made up my mind.
Okay.
The lads are doing very, very well for themselves, and if they pick up the pace in game 1, if they get this win on day 2, game 1, then I think the rest of the day is going to be theirs, and it's going to be pretty hard to take them out of the top 3 for the rest of the week.
You know what? I'm going to go with Godlike Gaming. I'm going to go with Godlike Gaming. I think so. They've got what it takes today, because, again, inside week 1, I wouldn't say it was a complete bad performance. I would say it was an okay-ish performance from the side of Godlike Gaming, but that is not what we're used to seeing. We're used to seeing greatness from this team, because this is what the bars were set back in the day in the previous PMPL. So hopefully they're able to live up to their name, and hopefully they're able to shine through like a bright diamond, because all the other teams, they're as well giving their best. But another teams that we would really have our eyes on, ladies and gentlemen, has to be A1 Esports, even teams like WIZZES Club and Deadice Warriors. These 3 teams, they are doing pretty good in the lobby, pretty darn good. And considering A1 Esports in week 1, they were just disappeared. They were just vanished. And now inside week 2, damn, they're in top 3.
I mean, I remember having this conversation last night after we were done with the show. I was packing up, getting ready to leave, and I just managed to catch the Nepali talent outside. We were having the conversation about how the matches were going, and it seemed like all of us agreed on this, that Deadice Warriors reminded us of what IHC and Astra Academy were back in the days, right? These lads have raw talent in them. You can see them getting used to the setting of the game, getting used to these lobbies with every single day, and I'm just afraid the next time the PMPL comes around, we are going to have another gigantic team to deal with. But it's going to be super exciting to witness that come into fruition. So Deadice Warriors, you never know. Things could click much sooner. Things could click next week, or maybe today itself. They're just going to start dropping bombs upon every single team that they come across. So it is a team that you have to be extremely careful about, because Nirzed and Doc, these lads are built different. Every single game they are up there in the player focus listing. So, and even right now sitting on the 7th position, right, looking to move up in the rankings, looking pretty solid. Yesterday started off with a win as well. So there is a possibility DW are going to accomplish great things this time.
I mean, I told you, Johnny, it seems like they're kind of trying to replicate how Stalwart Esports
Yeah.
plays.
Yeah.
And we literally had this conversation on the desk as well. And
Yeah.
I think so. I'm right. Yeah, if everyone else agrees with what they're trying to do, then yeah, I'm completely right with my analysis, because it does seem like they're sort of trying to replicate it, but they're not that perfect. They're not as good as what Godlike Stalwart does.
Yeah.
And again, it's a play style that Godlike Stalwart has invented. So of course the masters had to be good at what they have invented, right?
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, it all sort of comes from the fact the reason that they haven't really been able to put the same impact with the same playstyle is the fact that their experience is lacking, right? They don't have the same level of experience as Godlike Stalwart. Godlike Stalwart, they've played multitudes of international tournament, played in the global championship as well, went up against the best and performed really, really well over there. It is going to take the Warriors a little bit of time to get there, but that's what we are here for, right? This is also a high tier competition. You have the best from 3 different regions competing against each other. It's not going to be easy to perform, and they are slowly and steadily getting better and better and better and better. But ladies and gentlemen, these discussions we are going to continue after we are done with the game. For now, the match is live. You did see the trajectory starting from well, the extreme northern side of the map, just right next to Oasis, and going all the way towards Porto Palacio. But the trajectory leaning towards the eastern side of the map, and we have the fair zone all the way towards the southwestern edge. The center is going to be Chumacera, so the players from the side of high voltage are going to be pretty happy about that. They are already gliding towards that position. I want to see where TRZ is going to go, though. They usually start from, sometimes they go to Valle del Mar, sometimes towards Los Higos, but it is that southwestern corner that they call home. So they are also going to be in a very comfortable position in the start of this game.
They should be. And again, as you said, the planned flat path was completely opposite to the circle. So this is going to be quite interesting, ladies and gentlemen, because we might see some early engagement. Look at Elementrix 2, the way they've dropped. 2 players near Power Grid, the rest 2 up top near San Martin, right next to the players Godlike Stalwart. But again, Dax still on their way towards El Pozo. WIZZES Club on our screens. And inside Los Leones, it's usually WIZZES Club and A1 Esports who likes to drop in. We haven't seen these both teams take a fight just yet. Because again, as I've been mentioning over and over again too, is that Los Leones is a big city. 2 to 3 teams can loot there without even crossing each other's eyes, neither just taking any sort of engagements within each other. On the other hand, Godlike Stalwart, at the start, it seemed like yesterday they were not really able to find themselves. It seemed like something was missing. And I mainly just think it's just Godlike Stalwart playing around. It's just Godlike Stalwart having some fun in the lobby. That's why they were not able to show up to the occasion. But now, as they're back inside day 2, I'm pretty sure they're going to try to take the first spot away. Even though yesterday they were not doing as great, they still found themselves in the 4th spot.
Yeah, and that was right after they played one game really well. They were outside, sitting on the 12th position before that match, and their last game of the day, which was map number 4, they popped up quite nicely, finishing on the 2nd position with 11 eliminations to their name. That gave them the 4th place finish at the end of the day. But today, Godlike Stalwart, they have to push even harder if they want to take the first position away from high voltage. And as you were mentioning right now, Necro, it shouldn't be difficult to them. They've done this time and time again. But on our screens right now is going to be the team of WIZZES Club. Again, the last game of the day yesterday was theirs. They won the game, had 10 eliminations in that as well. So pretty amazing performance. They will look to build the momentum again starting today instead of having a comeback win at the end of the day. Otherwise, it is going to be a couple of mixed opportunities during the other 3 matches. So let's see how this one is going to go.
We'll be able to find out as the time progresses on. As Johnny's mentioned, a lot on the line. And even in week 1 and week 2, there are some of those teams that are still not able to wake up. Seal and Dax, these 2 teams. And considering what Seal is capable of, considering what this banner has represented, what this banner has done in the past PMPLs, to see them this down in the weekdays, it's really hurting me big time, because these 4 players, the players they've had currently inside the lobby, Kese, Spooky, Zake. I mean, Zake is a well-known player. He has been there in the past too, so he's an experienced player inside the squad. But the rest of the players, it seems like they're not really able to gel up that well, and they're taking a lot of time to do so.
Yeah, definitely. And it is going to be quite interesting to see, in fact, what today is going to look like for this team. But for now, again, we have quite a standard Miramar in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, as of now. No early aggression. There might be an early fight between DRS and Godlike Stalwart, though. I mean, I anticipate it's going to happen. DRS just towards the northeast of where Godlike Stalwart are playing, and both these teams quite close to the edge of the circle as well. If they decide to push in together, then the collision, it is going to be imminent. And there might be slight gatekeeping as well from Godlike Stalwart, because they seem to be the ones closest to the edge. On the other side of things, we have, again, the two neighbors of Los Leones, A1 Esports, WIZZES Club. Quite a peaceful arrangement between the two teams. But over here, MABETEX, who are starting from Torre Amuda, have finally decided to move towards the zone, and they come across the players of Skylight Gaming. Are they going to go for a fight? Nima, he's trying to drive away. He sees the other players. In fact, he saw the other players a few moments ago. Now, right behind the mountain towards his left, but from the top of that hill, Mr. Bodo with the M16 is going to try and see if he can drop Hershey down. Does not really succeed, though. The tap shots not really working out at the distance.
Yeah, but he's still keeping it going. Has a hope that maybe he will connect at least one, and the vehicle smoking as well, so finally some success with all those bullets being fired in that vehicle. Definitely it's going to be quite tough to just tap it away like that. If it was an automatic gun like M416 or something, could have been definitely easy, but M16A4, it is quite easy to use like a DMR in the long ranges sometimes, but yeah, not that easy to spam it. You got to be really quick with your fingers. Are you quick with your fingers, Johnny?
Yeah.
How quick are you?
And my reaction times are pretty... I mean, they are quite decent. You know, all those reaction tests that you get to take on the browser, I think.
What's your reaction time, dude? Like how much you've gotten? What what's the
I think
average?
180.
180?
I don't know. Not 180. I would say average would be somewhere around 180, 190 ms.
Yeah, mine is like 175 or something. So yeah, pretty close.
Yeah. But there are a lot more people faster than us.
Oh yeah, I've seen people with like 150 ms reaction times, and that just impresses me. I'm like, how does your brain process that so quickly? But not mine.
That's what you have to do to be the best at anything, right? Just focus, get better and better. I'm pretty sure our professional players right here that are playing right now, they will have definitely pretty amazing reaction times, because you need those. Even when you are gaming, ladies and gentlemen, you need to react to stuff quickly and very precisely. Every movement of your thumbs or your fingers, it needs to accomplish something with really, really amazing precision. It has to be very precise. Imagine like just not aiming for the head. You are missing out on so much DPS just by doing that. Crosshair placement becomes very important when running into fights.
And that's why you got to be quick with your hands.
Yep.
Yeah, it has a lot of advantages.
Ooh.
But moving on.
I like this.
As we have DRS on our screens. DRS in week one, one of the most consistent teams inside the lobby. What I love about DRS is this is one of those teams, they like to take the things, they like to play the game methodical and tactical. But at the same time, they won't back out from a fight. Usually teams who like to play it slow and tactical or overall a methodical gameplay, they like to play things a little safer. They don't like to challenge fights. But on the other hand, DRS is not like that. They will try to execute, they will try to play tactically inside the lobby, but at the same time not back out from any sort of fights. And this is what I really love about this new DRS. But T2K, inside the compound, they're catching a lot of fire, and this time it's up against the players of Deadeye's Warriors, and you cannot underestimate this group of rookies anymore, because T2K, they're just crumbling down in the front. As one player's knocked out, the rest of the players definitely did catch a bit of hurt, but not enough. They do want to get the confirmation, but the smokes are there. The player's pretty safe behind the compound wall. He should be back up on his feet. Deadeye's Warriors not overextending, making a mature decision and trying to back off from this one, but this time it's a little third party from the side of High Voltage.
Well, let's see the third party. It is going to be quite beneficial to the players of High Voltage. It has been timed perfectly. The players from the side of Deadeye's Warriors completely unaware of a team lurking close to them as well. They have lost East. Now, Snake going for a revive on his teammate. In the meanwhile, Malik is going to use this opportunity to put on a first aid and get himself back in fighting shape. Doc providing some cover fire to his team. T2K also using this opportunity to get their revives in. So High Voltage, instead of getting eliminations for themselves, had in fact allowed the other two teams to regroup, to recuperate, and this could backfire upon them.
Yeah, High Voltage all the time, right on the mark. Somehow they're able to get these fights early off. They're able to deal a lot of damage. They're able to get this elimination point slipped up as well. But this time, Deadeye's Warriors, they were really quick on that save. Were able to save the fallen man. Now they're back to a 4-man squad, but that was really close. A little bit too close for comfort. High Voltage are not going to be a threat anymore, but another threat approaching is going to be the players of Elementrix. They haven't been spotted just yet. I don't think so. The players of Deadeye's Warriors have any clues that Elementrix are pretty close to them. And they are closing up even a little bit more and more. But the teams, the main goal for them right now is to make it inside the circle. Get a better positioning. Elementrix, they're on top of that hill. They have a nice hill to play with, a nice high ground they can try and rely on. And that's where they're going to try to play.
Well, but let's see. Not really a lot being accomplished from that first interaction between DEW, T2K, and High Voltage. But over here, WIZZES Club up against the players of Seal Esports. Both teams do like to start from the southeastern edge of the map. But on the other side, MABETEX getting beaten down by the players of Skylight Gaming.
Rough start.
Yeah.
MABETEX and Skylight Gaming, these two teams were catching a little bit of eyes onto each other. And finally, now the brawl is broken down. Finally, there's a skirmish. There's a brawl between these teams. Skylight Gaming were able to kick things off in that fight. They were able to find a knockout. But Seal, on our screens, WIZZES Club in the front. Zake did spot out a little glimmer, but Casey's there to get the knockout. Venom Legends now in a world of hurt as Laser's being taken down. But Seal, I love that they're not tunnel visioning completely. The eyes are everywhere as Laser's being taken down. I don't think so there's any sort of cavalry available. Laser is just begging for help, begging for mercy. His teammate's finally going to close on up. But yeah, that was a nice knock. That was some precise shooting.
Well, Assassin still waiting for the lads of T2K to step out so he can take them down. But on the other side, Elementrix in World of Hurt as Yetta is going to be dropped by the players of DEW. And the rest of the squad, they are trying to protect themselves, running to the other side of the ridge. But will they be able to make it? The answer is yes. All three players finding some decent cover for themselves. And they do leave their teammate behind to get finished off, but A1 Esports also joining the party over here. Nirzet, this aggression could backfire, but no, Bishal, he backs off. Running away, Elementrix not really willing to take this fight at any cost. And Deadeye's Warriors just trying whatever they can to force their way into this action. Not really working out at this point, but A1 Esports to the rescue, deterring the aggression away from Elementrix and keeping the Warriors at bay.
Deadeye's Warriors still on top of that hill, looking to just scout the areas. The A1 Esports in the close, finally going to get the glimmer. It is inflicting a lot of pain and hurt. The players taken down quite low, but on the other hand, it's the players of Deadeye's Warriors up against the players of Elementrix too. These players are challenging two different fights, and Elementrix, they're losing out on players here and there. Deadeye's Warriors, now they finally realize in the back lines is the players of A1 Esports, so they need to get themselves a little bit of cover, even in the back. They cannot just tunnel vision on Elementrix. Sneaks out in the open. Koa might just find a little opportunity, and he is going for the spray. Wanted to blow up the Weeko, but on the other hand, look at TRZ Atomic. He has 2 players in the front, and I'm pretty sure he's just waiting for a right moment to strike. A clean shot on both the players, but I don't think so that's going to be a possibility. Atomic spots out Wally, is still not taking any shots. The trigger discipline is really good, but Atomic now is getting shot at from somewhere else. But for too long, overextension of that trigger discipline did not work out. Oh, Atomic, you could have gotten away with an elimination point.
And well, Dax, they are the protectors of your privacy, ladies and gentlemen, taking down the stalker right there from the side of TRZ, but Orange, now he's stuck. DE Warriors, you can't run away from them forever. Elementrix getting hunted down and eliminated on the 16th position. DE Warriors, I don't even know how they found them all over again. Or did Elementrix just charge towards the Warriors to get some sort of revenge, but it did not really work out too well, did it? The Warriors, they back off east, still managing to survive, even though Sinister trying his level best to take him down. The bus in the air, and it makes it to the other side.
A flying bus reminded me of some other game, but I'm not going to talk about it right here. But
Reminded me of Harry Potter.
I never watched Harry Potter. I don't know what that is. Godlike Gaming in front of us, and MABETEX Esports, these 2 teams again. This clash hasn't ended yet, and this is the clash of the Titans as well. Both these teams, the Alpha Titans, but there can't be 2. There has to be at least 1 getting out of here. 2 teams fighting for the supremacy. Godlike Gaming are really close to close things out against MABETEX, and they are looking to do so. As MABETEX still just pinned in that tower. Things are not looking that great. They have been saved by the players of Dax once, but over here inside this compound, there's going to be no sort of help anyways. AGS Nate's going to land right on the target as Baron goes down. Wally now is waiting for Baron to slip down and wants to go for the rest of the fallen players. Shouldn't be that tough. Molotov to flush out the player. Is it going to land on the mark? I don't think so. It's not going to land on the mark, and yeah, that gives enough amount of time for Wally to get the fallen player back up. Baron on his feet as Godlike Gaming, they're in a state of discomfort.
So let's see, it's not gonna get any better for them. Godlike Gaming going for the first. Wally hiding on the top floor is gonna run away from the bell tower, but the final few shots connecting, and oh my goodness, Godlike Gaming, another beautiful wipe. Beautiful fight coming in from their side. They do get 3 points because of that. But now moving forward, it's gonna be a challenge for them. They have to figure out a way to survive. Not survive exactly, but avoid all of these fights that are headed their way. The circle completely moving towards Valid Elmar. So we will have an urban finish in this game. It won't be in Los Leones. It will be in Valid Elmar, so towards the southwestern corner of the map. And outside the circle, there's something very interesting happening. We have IHC taking on, I believe it's just Jiggle from the side of High Voltage over there. He's trying to survive, and he gets finished up.
Indeed does. TRZ, Mad Cat. Could have been the casualty. TRZ down to a 2-man squad. Deadeye's Warriors approaching Godlike Stalwart. The gods themselves of the lobby, and Deadeye's Warriors want to be the kryptonite, and I think so they will, as Doc has already taken down 1 player. Top goes down as well, follows up with a knockout, and now it's all down to Scry, and Deadeye's Warriors, they're not even breaking a sweat. They're going up against the gods like they're the actual kryptonite over here. Stalwart Esports on the brink of elimination as Scry barely manages to squeeze a med in, and now it's Guy up against the entire team of Deadeye's Warriors, and he's not going to be able to last anymore. Deadeye's Warriors, a clean sweep on one of the best teams inside the lobby.
We were just talking about this. We were talking about how good DEW can be. In fact, taking on, as Necro mentioned, the best team in the lobby and finishing them off. But IHC are one of those as well. And it seems like Seal Esports, they are here to accomplish something, prove something of their very own. Taking on the players of IHC and beating them down. 3 eliminations secured to almost the 19-minute marker, ladies and gentlemen. 11 teams, 34 players remaining in this game. And look at the hard shift of this circle, almost half of it still inside the water. Seal Esports on the southeastern edge will have an easy entry, but will they be able to protect their position? Because A1 Esports are headed in the same direction.
I love this circle. I am in love with this circle. It's just pushing all the teams outside their comfort spots. And this is something. This is a sort of circle that happens once in a blue moon type scene.
Yeah.
So you're not going to be that used to on how to play these type of terrains inside a competitive lobby. Maybe if lucky enough, these teams have probably played this sort of circle in scrims. But yeah, again, as I mentioned, it's once in a blue moon type of deal. So you're not going to be able to have a lot of experience on these type of circles. Dax engaging in a fight against TRZ, breaching inside their compound. TRZ now are not going to be just letting them have this compound like that. Mamba looking to toss a nade outside, and he probably will too. Dax really close to the stairs. They're looking to breach inside, but no, unfortunately, TRZ, a little grief from themselves. Mamba just blew himself up as he wanted to vault outside the window. He vaulted on his own nade that he tossed before. How can you just do that?
The game plan not really working out for the lads of TRZ, but Dax Assault was knocked out. Now he's been brought back into the action. DRS on the other side taking on the players of Dead Eyes Warriors and coming out on top as well. They're doing pretty phenomenal in the fight of their own, but Mad Cat, he has to block this stairway. He has to be Gandalf at this point and look at the players of Dax and just be like, you shall not pass. But Dax, they have, I thought they heard him for a second. I thought they were going away, but no, they turn around, they push Mad Cat and finishes them off in an instant. So TRZ, they're going to be eliminated on the 9th position. We're down to 8 teams, 24 players. Dax, they have a pretty decent position for themselves. They are holding a pretty good compound right on the edge of the circle, but if the zone moves away from them, then they will be in a world of pain. Just like A1 Esports right now. Sinister hiding out in the open core as well. And they are going to blow WIZZES with wipes to bits and pieces as Quid is going to be, well, blown to bits and pieces. WIZZES Club, I'm sorry, old memories. They don't fade away that often. But yeah, WIZZES Club was the team that was about to get taken out, but they do come out on top as they had the lads from A1 surrounded. So pretty nice approach to that team fight, but Necro, the circle, it's moving back to the cluster that's there in the on the edge of the city. So I think it's we will have a bloodbath on our hands in a few short moments, because we have Skylight Gaming, we have Raw, we have Dax, and we have Venom Legends over there.
I don't know about a bloodbath, but the players of Seal, they seem like they're inside a bathtub. At least that's what they feel like they're in. But they're in a big world of trouble, let me tell you what. Swimming inside the water in front of teams like Skylights Gaming is not a good idea. And that's what they're exactly trying to pull off, a water rotation with no boats any sort of. And now Zake, the problem is, even if they do make it inside the circle underneath or from down area, how are they going to get up top once again? They found themselves in a really tricky spot that they cannot get out of. And I don't think so the circle is going to be moving down towards the waterways anyway. So Seal, it might just be a dunzo game for them at this point, because they have griefed themselves big time.
Yeah, they got too complacent with their ability to rotate inside of the circle. 2 players have made it in though. So Zeke is there, Lucifer is there. They are inside the zone, but I don't think this is going to be their game. I think they will be able to make it in the top 4, because Dax on the high ground and along with them, the players from the side of Skylight Gaming on the high ground are definitely going to be beating down on the competition for a long time. And I think one of these two teams will be walking away with a win in this particular match. Seal Esports, I think the best they can do is just stay hidden for as long as possible and get those placement points now.
Spamming the mini, Mafia Ninja on top of the players of WIZZES Club. Domain barely survives on a sliver of HP. Skylights Gaming still waiting for the players of Seal to step out of that cover. Lucifer is still behind that edge as we have the players of Venom Legends in a big trouble. The problem here is that WIZZES Club is right on top of them. Even though they are, WIZZES Club cannot just peek downwards like that. And if they could, there's at least 1 elimination point waiting for them. Gangsta is so up front that he's exposed to the entire angle of WIZZES Club. But as I mentioned, as soon as they do decide to peek out, it's just going to be a dunzo game for them no matter what. One player did, instantly got cut off, as now Dax might just be on the receiving end, as one player's being knocked out. Octopus still just shrouded outside the circle. Not looking good. He's taking a lot of damage, burning through a lot of mets, finally exposes himself, and Venom Legends, they're going to greet him with open arms.
Well, Not really a wonderful position for the team to push from. I mean, earlier on, both the teams, Venom Legends and the lads from WIZZES Club, had set up a unintentional crossfire, if you will, for the players of Dax, and they got a lot of value from that, knocking down 2 players, but the finishers weren't there, and now Raw, they show up to take the advantage. Smokey with a nade is going to drop bodies on the floor. 3 players knocked out, just 1 left standing. Dax not in a fighting position anymore, down to their last surviving play. It's going to be quite tough for them to stay alive in this game any longer. But let's see, Skylight Gaming from the distance can definitely look to capitalize on this opportunity that has been handed to them. They have 6 eliminations already. They have all 4 players. But in order to make this push, they have to take on the players of Raw. The 3-man roster still standing very strong. We have, and Slipknot has managed to, in fact, he tried to close in on the distance, but Mafia Ninja with an impressive knock from this bell tower is going to stop Smokey as well. Smokey, this is a big mistake. Why do they not realize where the shots are coming from? Just running out in the open willy-nilly, giving away their points to the opposition, and Skylight Gaming, they're going to be extremely grateful for this.
2 players knocked out in the front draw. As you mentioned, we're in a big hurry, and that's what cost them their life. And now Skylights Gaming, they're just wrapping up these points. It's like I'm a fortune teller, and Skylights Gaming are just proving my words right now, dominating the entire final circle, looking like the kings of this entire place. Skylights Gaming, it looks next to impossible to steal this win away from these players.
Yeah.
They're just cleaning up the field like they're the moppers, like they're the... I'm not going to say that, but yeah, they're just cleaning up the fields. And I was going to say, like, they're the maids, but that didn't sound right. But yeah, Skylights Gaming, though, right now, they're being the lobby cleaners here.
Yeah. Let's see, one last team for them to deal with, a 3v2 situation against the players of Seal Esports. And whoa, surprise to me, I guess, Seal Esports, I'm happy with the fact that they proved me wrong. I thought top 4 was going to be the best they could accomplish in this game from the position they were in, but making it to the top 2. And if Zeke has a fair state, maybe they will be in a fighting position, but no, he's going to be knocked out. Lucifer, the last player, is going to get pushed upon, and a 1v3 situation in the very end, not really a winning position, as he will get wiped out. And ladies and gentlemen, Skylight Gaming walking away with a win in the first game. And yes, Necro proved lucky today for Skylight Gaming.
That's
you got
not lucky.
Top 5.
Tell me one thing, Johnny. Skylights Gaming is one of those teams. Yesterday, we did not even see them. Even in week 1, their performance was on a downfall. How can you say I'm lucky with this guess?
Because it was lucky.
No, man, I'm just too good. Accept it.
Show me the maths and I will accept it.
I made the comeback in the predictions,
based on
Johnny.
pure luck.
No, buddy.
Based on pure luck.
Just accept it. I'm the best. But Skylights Gaming, 13 eliminations and 28 points and damage dealt of 2,908. Incredible and impeccable performance in that game.
Yeah.
Skylights Gaming, this is a sort of performance you need to gain a momentum inside the lobby, and that's going to help them quite a lot.
Definitely. There were just 2 teams that stood chance to win that game. One was Dax, one was Skylight Gaming. And I don't know why Dax tried to force the fight against WIZZES Club and Venom Legends at the same time, because they stepped out, got stuck in the crossfire, and got absolutely destroyed from there on out. But we will break this game down even further, ladies and gentlemen, but right after this very short break.
It's a bang.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia fall season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me. And what an amazing Game 1 win it was for Skylight Gaming. It was even more impressive considering that they start all the way from the side of La Cobriera, and the circle is towards Valle del Mar. So from the northern edge of the map to the southern edge of the map, rotating in extremely late, but still managing to stay safe till the end of the game, getting early control of this compound is working out quite beautifully for this team. And we do have the MVP on our screens. It will be AJ, the man, the myth, the legend from the side of SG, getting 4 eliminations, but almost 1,000 damage dished out inside this match.
Ooh, with the survival time of 25:48 and healing done of 18.9. Again, 189 healing done. So overall, I would say Skylights Gaming, let's be honest, Johnny. Okay, yeah, my prediction was lucky. The stars were aligned for this team. But considering the odds, as I mentioned, this is like once in a blue moon type of circle. And you don't really see a lot of teams just playing in these type of circle, even in the past, because this circle just never has happened a lot in the competitive scenario. And Skylights Gaming were able to adapt to it so well, and not just adapt, they were dominating the entire final moments, and this is what really does speak volumes about this teams. We know what they're capable of, but right now, I mean, let's be honest, I don't want to be too rude, even though Skylights Gaming won. I would say Skylights Gaming right now is not really that trustworthy team. I would say they're kind of like a hit or miss.
You're calling them not trustworthy.
They're hit or miss, man. Let's be honest, dude, okay? Sometimes their performance is really good. Sometimes it's really down. The consistency is definitely lacking from at least what I've seen in the previous PMPL and this PMPL at the start.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, inconsistencies have been there. They have been quite prominent in their recent performances. But again, that's the problem, I think, with Skylight Gaming, that when they show up so massive that the momentum sort of carries forward for the next 2 games as well. And even if it doesn't, I think the point average works out in their favor, and that helps them sort of stay in a decent position every single time, no matter what tournament they play. Because even in the first week of this tournament, the inconsistencies were there, but they made it into the top 7. And that I feel we can't really complain too much about it, apart from the fact that yes, the legacy is there. They were deemed as the titans of their region, and that title seems to have been taken away from them, and now it's the entire redemption arc that's there from the side of Skylight Gaming that they are in. Who knows what the future will hold? Maybe we'll see them be at the top once again. Maybe we'll see them back in their domination form once again. But we have to be patient. We have to be hopeful from the lineup. 28 points secured from this particular match definitely will help them move up the rankings by quite a lot, considering in the 4 matches that they played yesterday, they got 28 points in total. Today, they have surpassed that average in just 1 match.
Ooh, I mean, this is something that Elementrix used to do previously in the previous PMPL, if you remember, right? They were not doing that great in the overall rankings, and then they just win 1 game that helps them just boost themselves up really well in the overall rankings. But as I mentioned, Skylights Gaming, they have the capabilities. They are capable of to pull off some consistent performances, but we just haven't seen that type of Skylights Gaming just yet. Maybe now we're now up to a really good starting for the entire Skylights Gaming era. You never know what's going to happen in the future. With that being said, as you do have the Oppo F21 Pro moments in front of us, and this is how the fights really did break down. Dax, some incredible moments even from their side. We saw some third parties as well, some interesting ones, where one of the players from the side of Dax was holding a big trigger discipline, but unfortunately he held it for too long and he got shot on from somewhere else.
Yeah, and especially that nade that came in from Smokey from the side of Raw was so impressive. He took down, he got 3 knocks from 1 nade, and then Dax were done for. They were done for before that even. They were done when WIZZES Club and Venom Legends actually just turned their crosshairs on Dax at the same time, because there was no way out of that situation. But looking at the damage graph, Skylight Gaming just perfectly timing everything. The fights were on point, the survival instincts were on point. The rotation was so beautiful, as I mentioned earlier, and that does allow them to make a 11-point jump, 11 standing jump into the top 4. There you go, Skylight Gaming, with 50 points to their name.
11 position jump is not a joke, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
All the way to top 4. That means pushing down teams like Godlike Stalwart. And speaking of Godlike Stalwart, DRS Warriors and Godlike Stalwart's fight, considering it was an uphill fight against the players of Godlike Stalwart, DRS Warriors needed to push on top of that hill, and they still somehow won that. One player managed to sneak up, find the opening. The rest of the players were able to close in as well, and a perfect trade-off we saw there, even from their side. But in the end, it was a clean sweep on the players of Godlike Stalwart. The communication looked perfect. The execution in that fight was absolutely incredible.
Yeah, it was quite an incredible performance from them, and that one fight I feel like is the reason that DE Warriors, as you mentioned, are sitting on the top 5. But moving down the rankings, ladies and gentlemen, 11 to 20th positions on our screens, and look at the bottom, we have Dead Eyes, guys. Elementrix is going to be there. Even in this game, we very clearly, I remember how quickly they ran away from the fight, in which I believe it was the Warriors, the team that was pushing upon them. And they did not stop and retaliate even once. They just got eliminated. They just died trying to run away. And that is not the Elementrix that I want to see. I want to see the team that we witnessed during the first week. That is their true form. So hopefully we're going to see them make a comeback this time around. C2K Esports, a pretty phenomenal run in this game, finishing in the top 2. They get a jump from sitting on the 20th position to make it to the 17th. Now, surprises on the second page of the rankings are definitely going to be the squads of 1952, IHC, and T2K. Also DRS, because DRS did really well in the first week. But this week, as of now, after 5 matches are done, they're sitting on the 11th position and have 33 points for themselves. But 5 games done, it means it's just the 1/4 of the journey for them, because every single team gets 20 games every week to perform, ladies and gentlemen. And the next in line will be the map of Sanhok. Group D not performing in this one, so High Voltage won't be playing, Skylight Gaming won't be there, Venom Legends and TRZ won't be playing in the match of Sanhok. But that means Group E will be returning. So Dead Eyes, guys, 1952, Janmar, and Gremlin Storm will be back on the map. So Necro, who will be your pick for the next game?
Ooh, who will be my pick? Interesting. Again, it's going to be hard to say, but you know what, Johnny? I'm going to pick one of the most rarest teams that I've never picked in the past. I'm going to go with Godlike Stalwart.
Oh, wow. Alrighty, that's pretty rare. You never picked Godlike Stalwart, right?
I never did. So this is my first time, guys. Hopefully they don't prove me wrong.
Well, it is a game on Sanhok, so it is going to be quite interesting.
5.
I don't know.
Look at that.
Yeah,
5.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, what up, man? How you feel, huh?
Yeah. I think I
feel good.
Yeah, I'm gonna bribe the production to change it.
You cannot. Everyone's seen it, guys. Clip it.
Just change the counter every day. Put random numbers. Yeah, but coming back to point, I think I do expect the Warriors to walk away with 1 game, but I do expect the same from a lot of other teams at this point. But it is Sanhok. Yesterday it was Venom Legends who did very well on Sanhok. They are not playing. I wanted to pick High Voltage as well. They are not going to be playing as well. I have to pick my top 3. So, or maybe I'll just go with you. That would be much simpler.
No, you should not do that. Okay, pick your own team, man. You can go with IT or something, you know.
Predictions can be so fun when you just want to mess with your co-caster.
No, it's not, dude. What do you mean? Listen, all right, I'm out here just packing a nice score against you.
Yeah.
I'm doing pretty good. On the other hand, you sitting there not even getting your predictions right. I'm just kidding.
Wow, wow. I got to 4 before you, right?
Yeah, but the comeback story is real. What people love is the comeback story even more.
That's just me allowing you to get close so that I can make a comeback like Rocky Balboa.
Yeah, but you need to make a prediction fast, Johnny. The game's on the
All
way.
right, I'll go with
You're
IHC.
just holding the screen here. Are you going to go with IHC? Okay, all right. So the upcoming game, both these teams, hopefully they perform really well. But you know what I'm really scared of now is going to be the players of Dead Eyes Warriors proving to be a kryptonite off a team like Godlike Stalwart. I mean, it's not easy to take down the best.
I mean, they have done that in the previous map, and in the next game, they're going to try and pull it off again. Godlike Stalwart, although in Sanhok, do have a pretty strong start. I mean, we all know how much everyone love to contest boot camp at a certain point, but this team is so deadly that people don't even think about approaching that position.
Yeah.
It is DE Warriors though who do drop quite close, but even they just scout for information and then move on with their rotation after the first initial 4-5 minutes. So it will be quite interesting. Hopefully the zone is in the such a way that we get to see these teams put in a forced fight situation. But other than that, I mean, it is going to be quite interesting to see how this Sanhok is going to work out for these teams, because after the first game is done, Skylight Gaming, they would like to continue their momentum, but since they are not going to be performing, they will just have to sit, wait, and watch in this particular game. On the other side, Dax, what a strong start in the previous match, so they have an opportunity to capitalize in this one, probably get some revenge against the players of WIZZES Club as well for what they did, take revenge from the side of T2K as well. 1952 was there, and Raw, in fact, as well was the reason. Smokey also destroying them with his nades is going to be in the crosshairs. But again, what will happen only time will tell. Right now, what we can do is just wait for the flight path and the first zone to form.
And we also need to touch up on that DBS meta that has been hitting the rock recently. And teams, oh boy, we have been seeing a lot of people, a lot of players just using that DBS, not stopping anytime soon, and just clutching out some impossible moments. All you need to do is just land your shots. You need to land that one pump. If you do, the player's just going to go down. And what really stands out to me is that you don't have to be super close to use that as well. Sometimes, even in like decent ranges, and I mean, of course in close range fights, but you understand what I'm trying to say. It's like a shotgun should not be that effective in that type of range, but DBS is still really good in even those ranges.
I mean, definitely, and I don't think you should call it the DBS anymore. You have a name that you gave it to the weapon, and the person who wields the weapon as well.
The one pump man.
Yeah. Ooh, now that is the zone right there towards the southwestern edge of the map again. But instead of being on Miramar, we are on Sanhok now. It is going to be putting a lot of pressure on the teams towards the northern parts, especially the teams towards the northeast. So we will have some interesting action towards Camp Bravo. In fact, look at that. 1952 with A1 Esports, T2K just up north. I expect some early action, early fight over there.
Oh, I don't think so. We're going to be seeing those early fights, though. Yeah, maybe. Oh, yeah, there is a possibility between the players in 1952 and A1 Esports. It did happen once in the past, and we might just see a similar sort of replication over here. But Raw, again, moving towards Painan, towards their drop spot. Dax was really close, but Dax, I think so, they're just going to try to settle down with the compounds right next to Painan. On the other hand, we have found an early drop skirmish here, and it's going to be between the players of GSM and MABETEX. And unfortunately, MABETEX, oh boy, just playing a little bit of mind games against that one solo survivor, against that one player of Kremlin Storm who was stuck in the vicinity of MABETEX. Wally was just doing a great job of distracting him in the front, and in the back was his teammate just wrapping up. MABETEX Esports were able to get a nice head start inside the lobby with that one elimination point. You still have a lot more to go in this Sanhok. As you mentioned, the circle is going to play a big crucial role with that.
Yeah, and it's going to be quite important for all these teams towards the northern parts of the map to find a safe way to move in towards the zone. They will have to go all the way towards the Ruins Island. I wonder what Baron is doing right now. He's checking his phone in the middle of a competitive game. I think we're going to have a redo in this match.
No, I think so. He'll be back. He was just replying to a text. Yeah, it's okay. He was just replying to a text. Probably an important text, I guess. We never know. Maybe something more important.
Food being ordered?
Maybe, yeah. Oh, yeah, food's the most important. Okay, I should not be saying that. I'm on a diet, man. I'm speaking about salads, guys. Okay, it's like salad is it's food. Yeah, at the end of the day, it is food. Yeah,
it is food. I like salads.
Yeah, I don't like salads, but I need to eat it anyways.
Why not?
But moving on. Let's not speak about that. Let's get my mind off of that as well. because right now there's not a lot happening inside the map too, and I don't think there's any sort of accident so far. But there is a little bit of action happening between these two teams as A1 Esports, they've lost out on Kajor, but the unfortunate circumstance there for this team is that in the back lines is 1952 closing up. Now it's a 3-on-4 fight against the players of A1 Esports. And again, A1 Esports in a big trouble, as I mentioned. They're in a big sandwich situation here in the front. It's the players of T2K in the back. It's 1952 charging on these players. Koa found himself all by himself here against the players who are looking to breach inside the building. And they are pretty close to Koa. Koa does hear a lot of foot cues given away. He does have a lot of vital information, but it's going to be really tough to react when it's a bunch of players just moving towards the way.
Well, unfortunately for them, before 1952 even came to this Camp Bravo, A1 Esports already had lost one of their own to the side of T2K, as you mentioned. So their numbers were not looking too great, but they do find the opening knock against Entry. And now with Jax with a nade in his hands, has to lob it perfectly so as to not harm his own teammate. In fact, use it to push Hitman back into the cover, back into a position from where he won't be able to find a line of fire. But it's going to be quite tough for the side of 1952 to go for a revive onto their teammate to save Entry. Both the teams being quite patient, not really being too over-eager, overextending in this fight, being extremely cautious, but they have to be quick about this because, as we do see, in fact, they are still there. T2K in the distance, just waiting for all of this sound of gunshots to fade away, because that is when they will know that one of the teams has been wiped out, and it is going to be their opportunity to move in. But still, extreme caution being displayed from either sides. Devil Boy, look at him just making sure he has vision of that window.
Yeah.
So the second he sees the opposition, he should be able to at least dish out some damage upon them. But in the meanwhile, 1952 bringing Entry back into the action. So it's a 4v3 again.
And there's another fight happening at the same time. It's the players of Elementrix against Deadeye's Warriors. And Deadeye's Warriors are in the receiving end. Now, T2K in this fight, they have surrounded the entire area. They've got these two teams in a deadlock. And 1952 making a really wise and a nice decision to back out from that fight. Even if they did win that fight against the players of A1 Esports, they could have potentially taken a lot of damage onto themselves. And then maybe T2K could have reacted onto it. Now that 1952 is back away from that fight, that means there's no sort of possibility of any harm.
Well, let's see. Elementrix having DW surrounded. Nirzed is going to be dropped to his knees with a wonderful nade from Bishal. Yeta from the distance is not going to allow East to enter the fight to help his teammates out. And East is aware of that as well. So that fight, it's going to be a clean win for Elementrix if they just manage to be patient enough. And if they just manage to hold on to their positions. But look at that. Gremlin Storm just moving from the middle, right down the middle of the action, and they have figured out a way to have a safe rotation. But yet he's quite eager to engage. The nade is going to be lobbed on the other side of the raids. He has to be extremely careful because Dax are right behind them as well. And you never know what the opposition is thinking. If Dax decide to move west, then Elementrix, they are going to be sandwiched between Dax and DEW. Yeta is going to be spotted out. Sneak, he's going to be making his way towards east to help him out as well. Makes it to the shoreline now, but it is a 2v4 situation, so there won't be an opportunity to really gain an advantage from this.
Deadeye's Warriors, or DE Warriors as you'd like to call it, they've already lost out on 2 star players, Nirzed and Doc922. These 2 players have had a big hand behind the success of this team. But now it's time for Sneak and Ease to shine. Every single player has 922 after their name. It's quite interesting. Maybe some sort of like a code that they get recognized by. But this time, his face is going to be destroyed, so there's no way he's going to be recognized by anyone after that spray. But that Vector's going to strike clean than ever before. As Yuta, Uta, and Precious, the entire team of Elementrix is on a scout. They want to find the final man. They want to find the last man, but Sneaks is on run. He does not want anything to do with this fight.
Well, let's see. Elementrix 3 elimination secured. The last lad in the distance is who they are looking for, Sneak, and he is sneaking around for now though. It's going to be quite interesting to see if he actually managed to make a few conversions, get a few extra points for his team, and not get eliminated dead last. Still 16 teams left standing, 59 players still alive in this match, ladies and gentlemen. And the first blue zone almost closing in. We will see the circle shifting soon. But where will it go? Still have at least 5 squads outside in the blue zone. So not everyone has rotated yet.
Yeah.
There's definitely a wonderful opportunity for the teams on the edge to gatekeep the rest of the competition.
Airdrop to Groza. And a little bit of crates available if the teams do want to go for it. The airdrops are pretty close to the players of WIZZES club. If they want to, they can. IT on the right lines. So far, this circle is still just creating a mysterious aura. Where is it exactly going to be shifting towards? Either it's going to be left or right. So teams cannot decide on which island they want to stay on. But as soon as the next circle shift hits the deck, that's when things are going to be a little bit more clearer. And then the majority of the teams will start to make a quick rotation as well. They will be quite desperate to make it inside the circle. As you do take a look outside the blue, though, there's T2K, A1NB, and even 1952. T2K, they're having a 2-2 split. That means the intentions are clear. The rest 2 players are trying to wrap up as many meds as possible and probably go for a heal battle.
Yeah. Just thinking about the future, thinking about what if they aren't able to survive the aggression from the rest of the lobby, aren't able to survive the fights that happen. And this heal battle strategy has been quite prominent with almost every single team around the world on Sanhok nowadays. But let's see if this time around how beneficial it will be for the players of T2K. For now, the Gremlin Storm on our screens. While we were looking at the map, I saw a few shots being fired from the lads of Godlike Stalwart towards the players of Raw, but I believe that was just spam shots right there. Not a line of fire available. Oh, we do see Memo smiling. Quite happy about something.
Yeah.
Even though they have lost a player already in game.
Yeah, Dictator's lost. Oh, do not exit the match.
Was he smiling for that?
I think so. He was. He was like, you guys are too focused on me. Here you go. I'm about to exit. And then he's like, no, I'm just kidding.
Rage quit.
There's nothing to rage about. He's chilling inside a house. But A1 Esports can definitely rage quit after that elimination. They were outside the blue. Unfortunately, they got caught in the rotation while they tried to make it in. They got welcomed by a lot of teams who were in the front. 1952, T2K, and even Seal, they were just edge keeping these areas. And even Esports, they just couldn't find a sweet spot to make it in. They were greeted by these teams. But 1952, like a pack of soldiers, all the time, they're just moving together. Seal, they know there's a threat in the front, but they don't know where exactly it is. They want to neutralize it. They want to fight against it, but they have no sort of information just yet.
Well, Lucifer, he's going to move around, try and avoid 1952. Even before they show up, Seal Esports just setting up a parameter to gatekeep the edge of the zone now. On the other side, Deadeye's guys against the players of Elementrix, but the shots through the trees do connect, setting Legend up for success. He takes down one with the UMP. The second one is going to be dropped to the knees. Can he drop the third player? And the answer is no. Finally, Dante just saving his team from an early elimination. If he went down, that would have been it. Devil Boy would have been the last surviving player for his team with 50 HP. But 1952 somehow managing to stay alive. A miracle out of nowhere. But they still have to take on the rest of the members now.
Yeah, Dante for the rescue in 1952. Right now, they're alive to see another day. The rotations have definitely been quite tough on them. The circles have been quite tough on them. But 1952, they're here to come out on top no matter what the circumstances are. The airdrop's going to be on top of the house. Next to impossible to get it. Unless if you try to pull off some shenanigans and some parkour moves, then yeah. But it's AMR anyways. These pro players are not really loving to use that weapon.
Yeah. And we did talk about this yesterday as well.
Yeah, we had a brief discussion.
Not a lot of opportunities for you to do anything. Just 5 bullets.
Yeah. 5 opportunities. But shots fired. As right now, the circle is going to be a little bit more clear. Just telling the intentions to the player where it's going to be shifting next time. And the circle, it seems like the majority, or at least the most amount of portion of that circle is leaning towards the right side. And inside the circle right now in a good spot are Giant Mara and Stalwart Esports. Even Raw has found themselves in the Pinant City, but right now Raw is not making a lot of moves. They're trying to be as quiet as possible. They are trying to get as much info around them. But now soon they're going to start getting surrounded with a lot of teams, and you cannot afford to stay quiet at that time. You'll need to try and fire some shots. You will need to try and chick some teams away. You'll need to try and instill some fear in the teams.
Yeah. Definitely, if what it looks like today is just going to be about these urban circles, even now, the zone moving towards Painan, you definitely want to send a message to everyone else that don't push our compounds. Right now, T2K trying to establish that point to the players of 1952, as Dante is going to be knocked mid-rotation, but he makes it to safety. Safe enough for potentially entry to go for a revive, but guess I was wrong, because Jane still finds an angle, finds the opening. 1952 not looking too great right now. 2 players left standing. And Jane, he is trying to cover Riggs back, as they do realize Seal Esports could close and collapse upon them at any moment. But still, zoned in, focused to finish off what is left of 1952. Sandesh with a nade. If this connects, even Jax is going to be dropped. And oh, it was so close. The moment entry was... Well, the moment he thought he was going to be back on his feet, he was finished off. And now more utility in the exact same location. Not a lot of opportunity for 1952 go for a revive, but another one from Jane. And Jax is going to be knocked out. Devil Boy, the last player left standing. What a wonderful way to just wipe out an entire team. Train to kill, looking very nice in that entire fight.
And 20 kill. They're on a prowl. They're on a height. They want to just pounce on top of the players in 1952 and blow the end move. They want to knock him out the lobby. As they got the confirmation, and it's all down to just that one last man up in the back. T2K have no idea that he's just sneaked behind him. And he's not going to give any sort of foot cues away anyways. He will make sure he's not moving an inch. He's not moving a muscle. Devil Boy, for now, is alive. But only for now, and now he'll need to tank a lot of damage from the blue too. This is his moment to strike. I think so. Jane spotted him, but it's too late to react as Jane's being knocked out in that fight, and Devil Boy got gifted away with an elimination point. WIZZES club, and against the players of DRS, and DRS have no clue that there is a snake in the fields this time, and Kuwait is just waiting to toss that nade in. It's gonna find the target, but almost, or really close to getting knocked out. Still has me knocked out. Another nade tossed in right on the mark. We'll chip him, or we'll soften him up a bit, but he's still not able to find the knockouts. Kuwait has made sure that they're backing away from this spot. He has shook him away, but DRS, they will try to get their revenge.
Well, they're trying the level best. Kuwait just being extremely patient right now. Doesn't really matter to him even if he falls back inside the cover. And now he has his teammates next to him as well. But GSM in the backlines could definitely be the catalyst for a forced engagement between the two teams. DRS Gante and Killer YT, they want as much information as they can get for themselves from the edge of the zone. On the other side, though, Mara, it looks like, are stuck between a rock and a hard place as we saw players falling to IHC and Raw. At the same time, Dax under some pressure. MABETEX in an engagement. Slipknot finding another one from the side of Mara. And Baron getting the finish for his team as well. Elementrix chiming in the fight against Dax, but WIZZES Club seems to be looking for an exit from the blockade that was set up by the players of DRS, and they have found it as well. And now they're focusing on the players of Seal Esports who were pinned down in this shack. Nowhere left to go for them, and the Molotov is going to be lobbed in point blank by Octopus, burning the players alive. Extra crispy.
Oh my god!
Boy. I hope they love the taste of seals now, because that's what they cooked for dinner.
That is one of the best Molotovs so far. Someone needs to clip that. That is one of the best Molotovs so far. One Molotov inside that little shack. 3 players, the players of Seal, nowhere to go, just suffocating to their death and burning to the ground. Oh, Seal. That is not a death you want to have inside the battlefields. And that's what exactly Seal, or that's the way Seal are being taken away from. But Liquid has a DBS in his hands, or the entire team of Raw, especially if you like to call it. They have a DBS in their hands, and now they're looking to hand out some haircuts with that gun. And yeah, you said, Johnny, they're now extra crispy. They definitely are.
Well, let's see. That was an incredible moment right there. Just ran into their faces with Molotov in his hands, but you need to do a lot more to be able to finish that game. WIZZES Club down a player already. 3 men left standing. Elementrix is looking quite good, though. They have 7 eliminations secured. Gremlin Storm on our screens right now. Outside the zone. Just 1 player in. That is Memo. The other 2 players not even on the same half as well. They are towards the west, and this lad is holding the eastern edge of the zone. Quaid, oh, it looks like he's been spotted out. Gyante, he's going to shoot him in the face. He's just waiting for Quaid to position himself poorly. And the other lads from the side of WIZZES Club as well in a tricky situation. No entry towards the zone. WIZZES Club, Gremlin Storm, and DRS have it under lockdown, but DRS, they're going to lose one of their own as Rowdy, with a wonderful spray, does manage to catch Rules off guard.
Yeah, he's just mowing through the launch, just mowing through the smoke, hoping that he's going to find that sweet target eventually. And he is able to connect some bullets. He's able to land some bullets, but Delta sneaks away, looks away at the wrong nick of time. Those could have been 2 easy elimination points. Rowdy's eyes are a little too movie, and he was not able to just catch him slipping by. But Gremlin Storm, that separation's not working out as Memo has been taken down. The players of IT now are looking to pounce on, but Memo is the only player in that compound. And this is what the players of IT realized. They also got the confirmation, and that's going to be it for the side of Gremlin Storm as they got wiped out. DRS with a risky rotation. Somehow things are working out for them.
Well, let's see. How far are they willing to go to secure this win? The player's back on their feet. I see he needs to heal up before he moves out. Otherwise, he's instantly getting knocked out. IHC, the zone, it is theirs. But can they capitalize upon this? In the meanwhile, Dax stuck between Elementrix and Raw, they try to back off using the smoke as cover. Slipknot makes it to the other side. But Mr. Smokey knocked out. Liquid is trying his level best to keep the competition at bay as he is taking care of the players of Godlike Stalwart on the other side. But this could be too much pressure for the players of Raw to deal with as Spike is going to step out in the open. He gets knocked out, but Enkas is going to be traded out now. Assault trying his level best. Goes for the drop shot, but mistimes the prone and will get finished off by Slipknot. Now, he is going to carry his teammate to safety. These are the moments that I like to watch.
Yeah.
But could also result in all of these 3 players getting taken out at the same time as yet a does spot Liquid. Slipknot doesn't really have a weapon in hand. Now switching over to the DBS. Bischoff should get an easy finish for that.
You cursed him. You said it, and the players just went down. Now Raw, they have nowhere to go. They will need to try and tank the damage from the zone. The player was back up on his feet, but could not withstand the amount of damage the zone's inflicting on him. On the other hand, Stalwart Esports, unfortunately, things did not work out for them, and they will now only have Pika on the line. IC, on the other hand, though, they have all the 4 players up in life and a solid compound to play with. The only compound that's available inside these final moments. It's up to IT to use that compound for the better. As Godlike Stalwart, they've taken an exit on the 5th spot. Elementrix in the clotheslines up against the players of DRS. And DRS, they've lost out on 2 players. Now that means it's just a 2-man squad alive. IT, they're just cleaning up the field as they're moving in. They're battling their way in. They've left the compound. They don't care about a solid position anymore. All they care about is just that blood, and they want to take down the teams in the front. They're not one of those teams that'll just try to play safe to the end and wait for a chicken dinner to fly in their accounts. No, they will fight for it no matter what. And DRS now are just getting burnt alive to their death as Alex is going to land that final knockout punch. As Gante meets his makers, it's all down to Delta, and Delta will follow it up as well. Final 2 teams alive, and Elementrix, they have only 2 players up. Vishal spots one out, takes him down, Demo out the fray. IT still has 3 players up and alive. Yito, it's a found, and the trade should be there. As IT, they take the chicken dinner, and Johnny has tied up with me once again.
Yeah, I mean, 2 great names winning at the same time, IHC Esports and myself.
You just call yourself great? No, that's...
Yeah. But also, I mean, they did play this match really, really well. Their rotation was on point. The only thing I was worried about towards the end was the fact that IHC is not a team that is known for its patience. So I thought they were going to go for an early push and Elementrix would have an opportunity to finish them off. But that did not really happen. So I'm extremely happy that now, finally, we saw IHC holding on even though they had the momentum, but the game was set out for them. The circle was towards the southwestern edge of the map. Yeah. IST do like to play from the southeastern side, and Sanhok is not that big of a map. So they basically had the entire southern hemisphere of the circle in the early zones to play with. That means no fights were headed their way. Up until, I think, 5 minutes ago, they were sitting on 0 eliminations almost. I mean, either they had 0 or 1 elimination up until that point. And because of that, they managed to hold on to their numbers while everyone was losing players left, right, and center. But we will discuss this and more, ladies and gentlemen, but after this break. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Fall Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me. And ladies and gentlemen, this game of Sanhok was very interesting, as we were talking about its zone from the early stages favoring the players of IHC Esports and the rest of the teams, specifically the teams towards the northeastern part of the map, not really realizing that had they just moved down south and then gone west, they would have had a wonderful time entering the zone. No one there to challenge their position, no one there to challenge their rotation, but they tried moving in directly, because of which we saw a lot of early collision towards the northeastern part of the map. But Necro, what is your take on this? Which team do you think was the most surprising in this particular game?
I wouldn't really say we saw any sort of surprises, but I am definitely surprised with the fact that how DRS were able to survive with that rotation. Yeah. They had no sort of cover available, and despite of that, they only had 1 smoke. They used that smoke to cross on over, and somehow, luckily, they were able to cross over, and they also wiped out the players of Gremlin Storm, which were trying to hold them off at bay. So I think so, if you ask me the most astonishing moment right there, it was that moment right there.
Yeah, but we do have to talk about Elementrix also having a pretty fun game for themselves. They finished in the top 2. I believe they had 10 eliminations, and Precious got 5 of those with 795 damage dished out. And look at that healing done as well. It's over 1,000.
Yeah, I mean, this man was definitely getting shot a lot in those fights. He was probably playing up front. That's why he has been taking a lot of bullets on his chest. But on the other hand, is you do have the second player focus. It's going to be Bishal with 4 elimination points and damage dealt of 774. IC's there too with 4 elimination points, 607 damage dealt. I'd see Godless there too. And I'm not going to lie, Godless, we haven't seen him in his true form. You know, we haven't seen the Godless that we saw in the previous PMPL or previous to previous.
Definitely, but he also, instead of just being the fragger for his team, has to be a leader now. And I think because of that, he has to be extremely wary of how his teammates are doing. It is a responsibility that he has welcomed with open arms, and I believe that is the reason that now the entirety of IHC is just built around having heavy firepower and having that a certain level of individual skill. In terms of the aggression that the players play with. I see definitely being able to keep up with Godless. We have Alex, who is quite an incredible player as well, part of the lineup. And then they have 5 of those players that they keep switching up with. So I think IHC, the experiments that they are doing are definitely working out. But looking at the match summary, again, Elementrix was the team to beat in this particular game. And if only they had those numbers, if only they had all 4 players alive in this game, maybe we could have seen them take the fight to the players of IHC. But unfortunately for them, they just had 2 players, and it wasn't really enough to beat an IHC which had all 4 players, and especially in a pretty decent form. So it is what it is now. But Elementrix still a very good game from their side. DRS also, as you mentioned, I mean, all I want to say is we have seen them in that position once before. If you remember, when Gyante managed to make it to the top 2 by finishing off the last player surviving from the side of T2K, I believe guys won that game. But we have seen DRS in the same position, and even the last time it didn't really work out for them, but this time it was much worse.
Oh, indeed it was. And then you have the match rankings in front of us. And we had a conversation at the start of the day today, Johnny, about Elementrix and how they're not able to show up to the occasion. And finally, inside the game too today, Elementrix, they're able to show up. It's always the game of Sanhok that somehow activates the players of Elementrix. And this, again, the game of Sanhok, Elementrix were able to outstand a lot of teams. And that's why they got the second place with 12 placement points in total and 10 elimination points. Look at that. Incredible stats put up from the side of Elementrix with 22 points. Now, Elementrix, they definitely have a solid booster right here. I want to see what sort of leap they've taken in the overall rankings.
I mean, definitely. Even I would love to see that, because this was an incredible game. Now, all I want from Elementrix is to be consistent. If they play like this in 3 matches out of the 4 that they have for themselves, all right, 3 is, if you say 3 is too much, 2 games every single day, if they perform 2 matches like this, getting 20+ points, I think Elementrix is definitely going to start competing from the for the trophy from that point onwards. Because that is going to be like they got 22 for this game, just double that, 44 points easily secured from 2 games. And yesterday, I believe 65 was the team sitting on the first position. 40+ points would have gotten them beyond where A1 Esports were. So Elementrix, and they do have this kind of firepower. Their players are extremely talented. The only thing is sometimes a little too overeager to run into fights, and because of which few individuals get caught off guard. They don't have the numbers to finish the game. I want to see that Molotov moment, but I believe it has already gone by. But still, IHC, pretty impressive game. A good way to close it out.
And yeah, we did see a lot of Molotov deaths this game. Some incredible Molotov deaths, actually. And even this Molotov from the side of IHC was placed so perfectly that the player inside got fried. And then there was only one more player left, and he was forced to just play on top of that little edge that you have at the end of that shag. And as soon as you do jump on there, the player who are approaching you from the lower ground will have a clear line of sight onto you on that corner. And that's how he got taken out. So IHC, that Molotov was definitely played perfectly. Some incredible Molotov moments lead us to this overall rankings where Raw Official are going to find themselves on the first spot. Then you have High Voltage coming in on second, Venom Legends on third, IT on fourth, a 10 leap. Oh my god, that's a big leap taken from the side of IT, a 10 position leap.
Yeah, I mean, they had a phenomenal game. 23 points is not too shabby. And look at Elementrix as well. They had a 9-position jump. I mean, even though they're sitting on the 10th position, they were extremely far away from the rest of the competition. But now they find themselves in a position from where they can contend the team sitting right at the top with 60 points to their name. Elementrix is in the mid-40s right now. But as we move to the other side of the ranking, ladies and gentlemen, again, talking about the teams that we did not expect to be here, I think one of the most prominent names has to be T2K Esports. We do expect them to perform every single time they are here. They are here to compete. And also the players from the side of Myanmar. A surprising position, sitting on the 20th position with just 22 points.
Johnny, we need to speak about a team like Raw because currently they're on the first spot and I did not see that coming. I did not see that coming, I'm not going to lie. Because Raw, they were one of those teams, again, it's really hard to believe a team that has struggled so much in week 1, just proving themselves and doing that great inside week 2. It's just phenomenal. It's outstanding, I would say. And considering Raw was one of those teams that a lot of fingers were raised on week 1, now doing this great. And keep this in mind, ladies and gentlemen, Raw still haven't gotten a single chicken dinner in their accounts yet, and they're holding the first spot with just completely off of raw consistency. Imagine if they get a chicken dinner, they will be here to build a lead too. And if they do start running away with the lead, then teams like Godlike Stalwart as well will try a little. We'll at least try to play a little try hard.
Yeah, but you know what's fun about that entire conversation is the fact that a team that is going to come for them right now was not playing in the previous game. I'm talking about High Voltage. Raw have a 3 placement point advantage against High Voltage because they played 1 extra game. In the next match, Group C is the group sitting out. IHC, Dead Eyes Guys, WIZZES Club, and T2K Esports will be the team sitting out of this one. And Group D will be returning. So that is High Voltage, Skylight Gaming, Venom Legends, and the lads from TRC. Now, High Voltage, they have been doing pretty phenomenally well for them. Raw and High Voltage have this in common, that these two teams have been the most aggressive teams as up until now in this week, both of them having 36 eliminations each. But this time, I feel the match is going to be played on Miramar, and Miramar hasn't really been the map that High Voltage have performed on that well. And Raw on the other side, it is a similar situation for them as well. The Erangels do tend to work out, but Miramar isn't really their pick, so I don't think I'm going to go with them for my prediction. Although, I think this time Godlike Stalwart are going to walk away with a win.
So you're going to go with Godlike Stalwart?
Yes.
Okay, you can try your luck, buddy. But...
why? Because they did not work out for you?
A team that I am thinking of right now... and this might just catch a lot of people off guard. Trust me when I say this. I am thinking about A1 Esports on this one.
Oh,
with a chicken dinner. Yeah, I'm sure. Why are you guessing? Why are you doubting them, man? They did yesterday.
Yesterday you made a pick in a game that they weren't even playing in. Was that yesterday or last week? I think that was last week.
That was last week. Week. Because things were looking grim for them, all right? So I wanted to pick them because I just wanted to show some love to them, but at the same time, yeah. So let's not talk about it. But moving on, I have picked up A1 Esports. Now, this is quite a big of a risk taken from my side.
Yeah.
Again, I mean, they are doing pretty okay in the overall rankings, but so far they haven't been able to back up the points they've had so far.
Yeah.
So they'll need to.
That is what I was about to say, right? Because A1 Esports, again, they are in the same group as Godlike Stalwart. So they play 4 games in a row from the start till the 4th game, and then the last game is where they sit out, so they get to go home early. But here's the thing. Yesterday, after 4 games, they were in the top 3. Today, after 2 games, they're sitting on the 11th position right now. So
yeah.
Today is not really their day. A1 Esports not really in a position to capitalize from anything. Yesterday in 4 matches they got 40 points. Today after 6 games they're sitting at 42. 6 games in total. So today in the 2 matches, they've gotten 1 point per game. A1 Esports, as you mentioned, Necro, it's time to buckle things up and start performing, because in the next 2 matches, if their average drops below that 10 point per match average, then they are going to be in trouble and they're going to be outside the top 12 in no time. They have already missed out on that one Livik that happened earlier. They don't want to miss out on the second one.
I mean, trust me, man, despite all the odds, they're about to prove you guys wrong. Trust me, they're about to prove you guys wrong, and they're going to win this game because I've chosen them, and my powers are now with them too. So hopefully my blessings may shower out. Just kidding.
These days, you aren't the most luckiest person to have around, are you?
What do you mean? I've literally helped a lot of teams with I'm just kidding. But yeah, jokes aside, we have a lot more games in the future too, and that are going to be coming up. But this game should be lined up and ready soon. And as Johnny was mentioning, teams are doing pretty phenomenal. Raw, they are able to stay under the radar and still stay on the first spot in the overall rankings. But as you so well brought up, High Voltage wasn't playing in that previous group. That's why High Voltage were not really able to defend that position, defend that first spot. Now, as they're going to be back inside the game with full force, maybe they'll try to take the throne away.
You know what my problem is with High Voltage and the team of Raw Official is the fact that they don't have any chicken dinners. You need to be able to close out those matches. You need those 15 points. I mean, it's a very amazing thing that you do manage to secure those points without those extra 3 points that you get for the chicken dinner. You finish second, you finish third consistently. But those extra 3 points could be the game changer. Right now, those 3 points are what separate High Voltage and the players of Raw. But ladies and gentlemen, this match on Miramar, game number 3 of day 2, week 2 is underway. We do have the plane right on our screens. That means the flight path is going to present itself right now, starting from the northeastern edge, all the way from Campo Militar, going towards the southwestern edge, again towards Los Higos. So TRZ, they're going to be a happy bunch of campers. They hardly get to drop towards Valle del Mar this easily, but this has to be their game. They have to capitalize on this.
They will have to, but the planned flight path, as you mentioned, it is looking quite good. But there's a chance we might see an early collision too. El Pozo, 2 teams like to go there, but just because that planned flight path, El Pozo is unreachable. So teams will need to drop halfway, and in that halfway sort of a drop, we'll probably see a little bit of kerfuffle happening soon. Godlike Stalwart on their way inside San Martin. Some teams would like to drop inside Hacienda del Patron. It's going to be the team of DRS. A1 Esports, as always, will drop inside Los Leones, and one more team will drop right next to them, or at least nearby. Venom Legends yesterday had a phenomenal performance. So are we going to be seeing the similar sort of replication? And if I'm not wrong, they got a chicken dinner in 3rd and 4th game. Ooh, another Southern Circle.
Oh, wow. And even if this one, even this one goes towards an urban area, I mean, it still can go towards Chumacera or towards the Valle del Mar position, a place with not a lot of open positions. Then I guess it's going to be quite interesting to see how the next Erangel is going to work out for these teams. But towards the San Martin area, we do have a massive cluster yet again with Godlike Stalwart in the center, surrounded by Skylight Gaming, DRS, T2K, and Elementrix. But not a lot of incentive to take the early fight between these teams. Although, quite an interesting start from Raw Official Necro. Look at that, a 2-2 split coming in with 2 players towards the Los Higos Island and 2 players taking control of Valle del Mar, leaving TRZ to loot in the middle of nowhere.
And yeah, the circle, it is quite interesting. A1 Esports inside Los Leones, there's a big chance we might see an urban finish too, and I would love to see a Los Leones finish because we haven't seen a Los Leones finish so far inside this PMPL. As Johnny mentioned, he was having a talk about the players at TRZ near Chumacera, Manastil, Valley. And so far, I mean, Deadeye's guys are the closest to him. TRZ, they're right above him. And I don't think so there's any sort of possibility of a fight between these 2 teams because Deadeye's guys, they're quite spread out towards Picado, or at least the spread so far that they're spreading all the way to Picado, where High Voltage is the closest. On the other hand, you have 1952 on our screens where they're dropped in El Azhar, pretty much far away from any other squad. And if you speak about 1952, the performance inside week 2, I mean, it is definitely there. But you cannot really raise any sort of fingers on this team because the performance they showed inside week 1 has been impeccable. They are on 6th spot in the overall rankings, or in the overall league standings, if you'd like to say, with 177 points. And that is a big accomplishment. Now, again, keep this in mind, ladies and gentlemen. Top 12 is what matters the most. If you're in top 12, you're going to get a chance to play that Livic game. And once you do, you will also have a better chance to get some better spot in the overall rankings in general. At the end of the week, the overall rankings will be rewarded into bonus points. For example, if first team or first place team at the end of the week in the overall rankings, they have, or at least they're in the first spot no matter what, so they will be getting 20 bonus points, and that'll be added up as a head start for the grand finals. That is quite incredible. So these league days, teams will have to play it super serious no matter what. On the other hand, you have DRS on our screens. DRS in week 1, same sort of a story. This is the teams that haven't been able to perform inside week 1 and week 2. This is their time to shine through, and they are doing so pretty well. But now we're finally seeing, or at least in day 2, we're finally seeing some sort of semblance of life, even the teams that were not doing that great in week 2. And they are slowly and steadily starting to claw their way back up. Venom Legends against the players of Gremlin Storm, as Memo is being chipped down low. But Venom Legends, they don't want anything to do with this fight just yet. Gangsta's back to his teammate. And he will try to be as peaceful as possible, maybe.
I don't know. I think peace was never an option. Especially it looks like today for the players of Gremlin Storm. As in the last 2 matches, they have been quite brutal upon the opposition, so Venom Legends need to be extremely careful with how they approach the situation in front. But Gremlin Storm just getting themselves a little bit further away from the competition. They are going to be focused on rotating towards the center of the zone. But we do have a massive cluster moving in from the northern side of the map as well, ladies and gentlemen. And as you guys can see on your screens, you guys can make predictions as well along with us. I mean, me and Necro, we have our own fun little game going on, but you guys can join us as well. And yours are displayed on the broadcast every now and then. All you have to do is type in the chat of the PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia official YouTube channel when you're watching the broadcast. Hopefully you're watching it on this channel only. Go ahead and type in the chat, vote space, the tag of the team that you are supporting for, that you are predicting to win the game, and well, that is going to be your prediction for that particular game. But Venom Legends right now just showcasing trigger discipline, not really taking any shots on the players of Gremlin Storm. In fact, the reason for that being that it's just one player from the side of Venom Legends holding on to that position. The rest of the team is still towards Puerto Palacio.
Not a lot happening so far. Oh, yeah. Memo's weakle stuck. Someone get it out, man. It's stuck. Johnny, get it out for him. What is going on? Why are these guys just driving like with their eyes closed?
I have no idea.
I'm not gonna lie though, sometimes it's actually kind of hard to drive. Like when I was driving my vehicle, I don't even know. Somehow it just blew up, man. It happened last night, but let's not talk about it. Because we have T2K. Rig on our screens. And if you try to speak about T2K's story, they are pretty okay. They have had a big leap in the overall rankings. They are sitting on the 10th spot so far, with total eliminations of 95 and the average damage of 817.68. So they are definitely challenging those fights. It's just about coming out on top in those duels. And I was speaking about this, Johnny. T2K, I mean, even you said this, that T2K is a
Yeah.
team that really thrives on momentum, and that momentum is massively gained with those elimination points or those duels that you take.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you win one 4v4, that gives you such a massive confidence boost. And then you start to pick a few extra players apart, reach those 6 or 7 eliminations in a lobby like this. That is such a big deal that you feel like you can close out the game as well, and sometimes you do pull it off. But Train to Kill, as you mentioned, the duel's not really working out for them. They're failing in the 4v4s, they're failing in the 2v2s as well. They have to play for position. When you know that confidence, the morale of the squad is running low, you have to figure out a way to get those points anyway. But we do have the first airdrop on our screens with the MK, the ATRAX, and the level 3 kit. Yeah, and A1 Esports are the ones who show up to pick it up. In fact, it is Sinister from the lineup, who's going to be a happy lad after this.
Ooh. MK14 with the 8x. But we've seen majority of the times, I mean, teams do, or at least the players like to play with it in like a close range as an AR with fully automatic. With that being said, the next circle is going to center on up even more. High voltage right in the smack center. They've left Picado, moved down a little bit south off that spot. A1 Esports still haven't left Los Leones. They feel pretty comfortable in that spot. T2K on a move too. Now a lot of teams are going to start to close on up because this is when teams realize they'll need to start getting a better spot inside the circle. Some teams like to play on the offskirts. Teams like Elementrix, they don't want to take a lot of distraction, or they don't want to take a lot of attention onto themselves. So that's why they sometimes like to play in the outskirts. And if they're lucky enough, if the circle does shift on them, and if they find themselves in the smack center, then Elementrix will be a happy bunch and they won't leave that center anymore. That's the only time they like to play center. On the other hand, you still have other teams that like to play in the off-center areas, or type of off-center area, is Stalwart Esports. And usually the most aggressive teams inside the game are the teams that like to play on the edges.
Well, let's see right now. DRS having Godlike Stalwart in their crosshairs. They did fire a few shots in their direction as well. Not really having the opportunity to connect. Finding the connection over there. Now, with information being given away to the opposition, you do not really want to step out in the open like this. And MABETEX have a wonderful opportunity to pick off rules. He is isolated. He does not know that there's a person right towards his left, but he does see the 3 players in front of him. Whoever gets the first knock will have a massive advantage in that fight. In the distance, Pika, just looking in the other direction, is going to try and make sure that the flanks are clear for them. Godlike Stalwart this time, since in the previous 2 matches their rotations were not really working out, the aggression, was not really working out for them. This time they're taking things a little bit slow, at least for now, and not really running into a lot of fights. They're playing for position, which is quite different from how they usually go about in their games.
1952. Again, not a lot happening inside the games, ladies and gentlemen. Teams are still trying to get situated, still trying to find a better spot inside the circle. The circle is big enough to contain all these teams, so they don't really need to fight for the spots. They can just wait it out because circle has shifted up on the center once again. And this time, now it's going to take a hard shift up north. Now we're going to see a lot of fights happening because the circle is way too small to contain all the teams. And teams now will need to fight for the prime spot. And that's what they will start doing. As we do see a wave of vehicle just moving inside the circle. Godlike Stalwart, luckily, has found themselves in it. A1 Esports 2 will need to move in, but so far they haven't really sat in their vehicles just yet.
Ooh, the second airdrop brings with it the MG3. The extended quick draw mag for the snipers and the level 3 vest and helmet. We do see the players from DE quite close to this airdrop, but let's see if they want to take these upgrades for themselves. MABETEX still quite close to DRS. Fight not really being engaged by other sides, but Godlike Stalwart, from the high ground advantage that they have, will look to see if they can find a few knocks, be the catalyst that these two teams needs. And well, Rules, he says no to that. Just starts the fight on his own, takes a massive shot to the face, and now will be forced to fall back, runs behind the ridge, is going to get the healing utility underway, but also has given away his position. So no opportunity to go for a re-engagement on MABETEX.
Yeah. And the problem is DRS is on a med deficit.
Yeah.
So they cannot afford to take hits anymore. They cannot keep on taking hits. They cannot just burn through the remaining meds. Rules needs to keep his head tucked. And he wants to grief their game at the same point. He wants to get rid of those vehicles. He wants to get rid of those tires. And he is able to do so, but at the cost of his meds that he's running low on. Rules now is being chipped off even more. Finally will decide to back off as he's learned his lesson. And as I mentioned, teams like MABETEX are looking pretty okay inside the circle, right above the players of Godlike Stalwart. Godlike Stalwart have a nice split for themselves, a 2-2 split on the edges. They are having a high ground too, so one thing we know for sure is that they have a lot of info to play with, vital info.
Yeah.
A1 Esports making a late rotation in the circle will now need to play in the edges. Hopefully they don't get caught off guard in the rotation.
Almost the 15-minute marker passed by, and we still have yet to see the first blood of the game, but as I say that, I believe we're going to witness that right now, ladies and gentlemen. His gunner is going to be dropped, and Sinister is going to look to finish him off, but no, the cover fire right in the nick of time is going to leave Sinister just standing behind the tree with a sliver of HP, and he finds... Well, his teammates find the second. They have managed to save Sinister from perdition. And Hitman, he's not stopping. Takes down No Fear. Point blank range. And now he's looking for the last player from the side of Janmara as well. But Snipe Whitey, he knows there's nothing he can do. And so he just falls back. But Kajor from the distance is going to try and see if he can spray the opposition down. Has Koa right next to him as well. Snipe Whitey, the buggy is going to be put out of commission, and he will run behind the rock to save his life. What an amazing fight from A1 Esports.
Yeah, a flawless fight too. Clean execution on that one. A1 Esports almost looking to shut down Last Man 2, looking to take out Giant Mara from this game. A1 Esports looking like a whole nother beast. This was the team that was missing on week 1, and now in week 2, they're looking like the beast to take down some players. And Giant Mara could have almost been on the receiving end, but they're barely alive. It's high voltage. They're getting charged on by the players of Dax, but their setup from the side of high voltage is really strong. Dax cannot break through it like that. You cannot breach in without any sort of info. And high voltage, their trap works pretty well. Dax, 2 easy elimination point given away. Dax down to a 2-man squad. This is going to be a tough outing. Now, the players of high voltage spot another big rotation coming in. This time, it's the players of Raw with a pretty desperate one, and they cannot get away.
Oh, quite an unfortunate exit right there, but Janmara finishing on the 16th position. We will say goodbye to another team in a few short moments as Dax, as you mentioned, Necro are down to their last surviving player. TRC getting spotted out by the players of High Voltage, and Mamba is going to be out in the open. Assassin, he sees him on the mountain, but still holding on to that trigger, not shooting anything. He wants to make sure that TRC are completely exposed when he starts. And in fact, when he goes for an opportunity to take them down, but on the other side, Jax from the side of 1952 is going to be blown to bits and pieces. DRZ Atomic getting taken out by the players from the side of Gremlin Storm, and Nima from Skylight Gaming is going to be spoiled out by High Voltage as well. So, a lot of bodies this late in the game is going to result in chaos. We knew that, but ladies and gentlemen, this is what it will look like. Skylight Gaming, Mr. Boro, why are you still running out in the open? Not really a place for him to be right there. Now he's going to be stuck for a bit.
We indeed are. As A1 Esports now are going to decide to play on the outskirts. So far, all 4 players up, but again, they've decided to separate away. They've decided to spread. Sinister's all the way in the front. I don't love the spread. But for now, inside this situation, Dax, they just don't have the manpower to survive. They're also being caught outside the zone, nowhere to go. Not in a position you want to be in if you're Dax. Struggle is trying to squeeze some meds off, but the zone's going to start to take a lot of damage. Sus in the front, he is looking to put a full stop to Dax's story as high voltage. Now they're going to pounce on the players of TRZ. TRZ found themselves in a little bit of battle, and yeah, the battle's going to be turned into a blood battle pretty soon as Mad Cat goes down. Krypton still in the back, and Krypton is barely trying to hang on as Mad Cat is there to provide some cover fire, but high voltage, they're getting third-partied by a team on top of the hill. If I'm not wrong, it's the players of Gremlin Storm who are looking to stop this push, but again, they're intentionally helping out the players of TRZ. TRZ on the brink of elimination, but somehow they're still alive with the pressure that Gremlin Storm put on the players of high voltage. It just completely discombobulated the push.
Oh man, that has to be the unluckiest moment for the players of high voltage. They were looking so good, so solid. I thought TRZ were done for, and I believe TRZ thought and knew they were done for, but Skylight Gaming and GSM, as you mentioned in the distance, doing wonders and basically stealing the fight away from the players of high voltage. TRZ, they will be a happy bunch of lads for that. But let's see what Elementrix can pull off in this game. Again, running out in the open, trying to cross the streets, and Skylight Gaming, they say no to that. Getting a pick, getting a knock over there. We'll look to go for a finish as well, but Gremlin Storm doing what Skylight Gaming did for TRZ to Skylight Gaming for Elementrix this time, but T2K over here against the players of DE. Now Joker is using all of his utility in the wrong spot. There's no one in that shack, Joker. And now he finally realizes that. But it's a little too late.
Indeed, a little too late. The next circle pops up on the screen as Stalwart Esports. They're going to find themselves in the prime spot, having a high ground too. The rest of the teams are now going to decide to play a little bit safer and a little bit far away from that team. A1 Esports, they are grouped up. They have found a sweet little spot for themselves, and look at T2K just mowing down the field in the front, and the bullets of pain are going to shred through that Murado as Gangsta falls down. He's not going to be able to stay alive anymore. The survival chances deducted. Big time man deficit are Venom Legends in, but now Skylights Gaming in a world of hurt as Elementrix, they're looking to shut down that entire team. They were pushing on up, Skylights Gaming. They had a 2-2 split, but the two players in the front have been already taken away. Now the rest two in the back are quite hurt, and I'm pretty sure they will decide to just suppress themselves. A1 Esports, on the other hand, they're looking really confident in taking these fights. DMR in the hand, Mini tapping away, wants to find the skull, but he's not able to just yet.
Well, let's see, Godlike Stalwart, they've been playing for position up until now, but now they will be forced to fight by the players of A1 Esports. Koa going for Rick from the side of T2K, does see him on the flag. Manages to chase away the competition, but Godlike Stalwart, they're going to try their level best to win this game at this point. I think this is the first time we have seen them play for position, and you know, this is not their strong suit. They would rather fight. And A1 Esports, they might have just woken up the beast that was Godlike Stalwart. Had they known who they were shooting at, they would have been a little bit more careful. But now, even T2K want a piece of this action. The nades being lobbed towards the players of A1 Esports did in fact secure a few knocks, but no finishes over there. Now Rick with a nade towards action. The nade did nothing, but he just peeks out himself and shoots the action right on the side of his face. An impressive knock right there, but Godlike Stalwart having an opportunity to recover. T2K, the center of attention for now in this game.
The center of attention indeed, but Godlike Stalwart, the circle has been blessing them over and over again. The PUBG gods really do want that team to win. T2K has been a big threat for the players of A1 Esports so far. Still, a lot of teams are in the outskirts. They need to make it inside the circle, and they're barely on the edges too. The next circle is not going to spare any one of these. And the amount of players that are still alive in the game, it's incredible. MABETEX Esports, all 4 players up, looking to breach in, but unfortunately there's way too many teams around them. They're being surrounded, and now Elementrix getting pounced on by the players of DRS, and DRS put a full stop to the fairy tale of that team. We still have 7 teams and 24 players in total. Bullets are being fired all across the board. A lot of chaos, a lot of ruckus on the battlefield so far. T2K on a 2-man deficit, all down to Jane. Jane going for the res on the fallen players. MABETEX Esports too, unfortunately, tunnel visioning in the front a bit too much. And a team in the back decided a third party. A lot of fights happening at the same time. A lot of teams getting eliminated. DRS as well will follow up.
But let's see. Godlike Stalwart in a perfect position to close this match out, but they have to be extremely careful with how they do this. Now, Action, he's pushing towards the players of Gremlin Storm, trying to clear the backlines, but they engaged in on the players of MABETEX right before this, as Godlike Stalwart being surrounded. Look at this, it's a king of a hill fight between all these 5 teams, and they show up with big numbers. MABETEX, they are pushing towards Godlike Stalwart, but Godlike Stalwart, can they take all of them on at the same time? 10 to kill, going up against the players of A1 Esports, but Jane, he has to be extremely cautious with how he approaches the situation. Legendary is running forward, guns in his hands, but has to go for the utility first. Pika and Top knocked out. Godlike Stalwart's Cry is going to be spotted out. Action in the distance is going to get knocked out. Not a lot of HP on these plays, and they are sandwiched now. MABETEX from one side, Gremlin Storm for the other. Godlike Stalwart getting eliminated on the 5th position with just 2 eliminations to their name. MABETEX, no one saw them coming. Not T2K, not Godlike Stalwart, not Gremlin Storm, but they are here, and they could win this game.
This is chaos at its finest. Fights happening all across the board. It's an absolute graveyard on top of this hill. MABETEX so far have the most amount of player available, but now even they are getting picked off. 3 teams alive, fighting for the supremacy, the trifecta of death, as Gremlin Storm also have all the 4 players up. A1NB, despite all the odds, they've still managed to stay alive in this game. And Gremlin Storm, they are somehow alive as well. Dictator's knocked out, but they cannot just go for the rest yet, because MABETEX Esports is putting constant effort, and now finally the push is going to be met. The go call's being made from the side of MABETEX. They're going to push on up. This is the time for A1 Esports to try and third party, but are they going to make the third party happen? A1 Esports still holding on to the triggers, as MABETEX Esports is doing light work on the players of Gremlin Storm. Gremlin Storm down to just that one final survivor, and MABETEX looking to hunt him down.
Well, let's see, though. There's still A1 Esports that they will have to worry about. They have lost one of their own. Wally was finished off. Leo knocked out. And A1 Esports, they're looking to go for a push now. Apex, he's being very quick with how he's checking both the sides of the ridge to make sure that no one peeks. But Rowdy can definitely be the man who can change the game and swing it in the favor of either A1 Esports or MABETEX. But going for the push now, the nade being lobbed towards Sinister Hitman, trying to peek the ridge as well, is being extremely cautious, but he's going to be dropped down by Leo. Now MABETEX going for the push, find the second as well, but from the rear, Rowdy is just going to change everything, and MABETEX get eliminated from this game. It's on to a 1v1 between Sinister and Rowdy, and Sinister does not really have a lot of HP on him. His armor is gone, his helmet is down to 50%. Koa is going to crawl to his teammate. They will have to go for this revive, get the numbers back up, and then they can close this game out. But A1 Esports, no one thought this was going to be their game. Out of nowhere.
I did.
They walk away with the win.
I was a believer, Johnny. A1 Esports was my pick. I told you they're going to prove you wrong. And they exactly are doing so. Gremlin Storm, the only thorn in their way for this win. Or is Rowdy going to clutch it out and actually prove to be a Rowdy? It's all up to Rowdy. All eyes on that man. The final glimmer of hope for Gremlin Storm in this game. A1 Esports here to bring back fire in the hearts of the fans. And looking to name down this chicken dinner. Sinister knows. He knows the position where Rowdy is. He did hear the gunshots at the last time. So now they're having a nice spread alongside. The next circle is going to favor the players of A1 Esports too. This chicken dinner is going nowhere. It is destined to be theirs. It's a date with destiny for the players of A1 Esports, and they've done a great job capitalizing on it.
Just one man left standing between them and victory. And there it is, finally. A1 Esports securing the win on Miramar. What an impressive day it is for them. I mean, we're
What up,
talking
Johnny?
about how the momentum has slowed down. Yeah,
What up, Johnny? You got something to say, my pick? Huh?
yeah. I got to 5th first. Again.
You got what?
I got my 5th correct before this, right?
So what? So what? I won despite all the odds against me, man.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
Exactly. Told you, man. I told you. They're going to prove every one of you wrong. I know there were a lot of doubters in my prediction, but man, I stuck with it, and I told you, A1 are going to come out on top, and yeah, there you go. They did. And now they're going to find themselves in a really good spot in the overall rankings itself.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to give them a massive jump, and they will. I mean, it was an important game because had they not performed in this particular game, then the next Erangel would have been their last for the day. So it was very important to do well in this Miramar and the next Erangel as well. But again, this should, I think this should be enough to keep them in the top 5 till the end of the day, till tomorrow. But let's see what the overall rankings are going to look like after this very short break.
It's a bang, you know my name. I'll be your everything. I'll be your hot flame.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Fall Season of 2022. The Super Johnny, joined by the fortune teller Necro himself, and with 3 games done and dusted, A1 Esports finally get a win for themselves. After not being able to perform in the first 2 matches of the day, they go big in the third.
They go all guns blazing. Perfectly played from the side of A1 Esports. And
Yeah.
that late rotation really did help them to clear the back lines as well. All the time they had their back line secured. They knew no one was in the back because of those late rotations. And luckily it worked out in their favor as well. T2K could have been the big kryptonite over here. But again, they were being held off at bay by the Team Stalwart. Team Stalwart
Yeah.
couldn't do a lot because they decided to hold on the high ground. They decided to hold down the prime spot, and then they got charged on by a lot of teams as soon as the zone started to close in. So that was pretty much next to impossible to survive. 2 teams at the same time with all the squads, with all their players alive, just charging on you. It's really tough.
Yeah, it was a very tough situation because it wasn't like it was just 1 team or 2 teams. It was all 4 of them just zoned in on Godlike Stalwart at the same time. And in a situation like that, the only thing Godlike Stalwart could have done was just secure all of those extra points, get as many finishes as you can before you eventually get taken out. I felt Gremlin Storm would have been an easier pick for them rather than the players right in front, rather than the players of T2K. But we do have the MVP. It is going to be Hitman from the side of A1 Esports. And I have to say, it was just a matter of time before this man, Hitman, became the MVP of this game. He has been so phenomenal. Even during the time when A1 Esports weren't playing really well, we saw him pull off an incredible 1v4 against Elementrix. So it was moments like those that made us realize, like, yeah, the scale is there. It was just a matter of time before they start performing. And now I guess week 2 is finally when A1 Esports has clicked.
A1 Esports, yeah, definitely. They have been able to gel up pretty well with the 2 tough substitutes they've gone in. And so far, I mean, at least inside week 2, they're looking phenomenal. Speak of the consistency, sometimes it's a little bit downhill, but it's okay. If you're going to have some high impactful games like these, then you will be able to reclaim your throne back again. But A1 Esports, with the phenomenal rotations they had, those late rotations really did work out in their favor. Sinister as well in the end, proving to be a big man in those final moments to clutch things out. And then you have Hitman coming in as the MVP. Of course, Hitman is the man who plays in the front lines most of the times, and he does win his duels as well. So he is a really good fragger on their side. With that being said, as you do see the match summary, of course, Sinister with the highest eliminations, Hitman with the highest damage, 898. Then you have highest assist from the side of Apex, MABETEX Esports, Johnny. We didn't speak about this team at all.
Yeah.
And MABETEX Esports, finally some signs of survival.
Yeah, definitely. But again, even they are one of those teams that have been struggling to close out the game, but this was a very wonderful performance from there and finishing in the top 3 in terms of where they took an exit and also securing those 11 eliminations. So it was an impressive run. 21 points to MABETEX, 26 points to the Chicken Dinner winners, A1 Esports in total. Godlike Stalwart this time playing completely opposite of how they usually do, going all in on the placement points and not really getting a lot of eliminations. So they get an 8 point, they get 8 points from this particular game. But again, this was a very, very intense match in those final moments. We have 4 teams, all with 3 to 4 players surviving, and all of them in a position from where anyone can get third-partied. I mean, it could have been A1 Esport getting taken out early. It could have been MABETEX falling down had Godlike Stalwart just gone all in on that push. But kudos to A1 Esports for just backing off at the right nick of time, allowing the others to fight it out, and then coming back into the action when they knew that no one had the numbers to take them on.
I mean, A1 Esports, I would say the patience really did pay off.
Yeah.
A1 Esports were playing so patiently. They were trying to play things really safe there. Don't get me wrong. They had a decent amount of elimination points wrapped up as well. They were cleaning as they were moving inside. They did take a lot of head-on fights in which, if I'm not wrong, they were up against the players of Giant Mara, and they just almost outskilled them, outplayed them in every single aspect. That was an outstanding performance. But then later on, they just kept on moving on, taking their fights, and they somehow found themselves in a really great spot in the end. T2K was proven to be a menace for them. They were proven to be a big problem, but because of Stalwart Esports, T2K 2 could not really make a push happen on the players of A1 Esports, and that's why A1 Esports realized now it's our time to suppress down, now it's our time to play for a little bit more intel, and that's what they exactly did. Played a little quiet, waited for the final moment. Stalwart Esports started getting picked off from the back lines as MABETEX Esports and Gremlin Storm started pouncing onto them. And A1 Esports, they were just waiting. They knew every single fight was happening in the front, but they still did not strike in because they knew if they decided to step inside the chaos, they might just fall prey to it.
Yeah, definitely. And they did, in fact, as well. They could have, in fact, fallen prey to it as well. But we do have the damage graph in front of us. Ladies and gentlemen, you hardly get to see it. The graph gradually rising all the way to the top for the top 2 teams. In fact, Gremlin Storm dishing out the most damage in the game. 2,400 damage dished out for 9 eliminations that they were able to secure for themselves. MABETEX and A1 Esports both doing quite well, securing 11 eliminations each. But look at that, Godlike Stalwart now, 1,300 damage for 2 eliminations, especially from Godlike Stalwart. Not really something that you see. It's quite extraordinary, I have to say.
Oh boy. Yeah, high voltage. I mean, they got eliminated pretty early off, and still decent amount of damage, decent amount of elimination points wrapped up. I would say, yeah, that's definitely impressive. You have Venom Legends too, and so far, Johnny, I mean, we spoke about this, right? It's easy to get the positioning if you have 1 good game or 2 good games, but it's really hard to maintain that spot. And A1 Esports, after that win, they just catapult themselves all the way to 3rd spot. 8 spots leap taken from their side. A1 Esports back on their spot they had yesterday, and now they're going to look to close out in that spot once again.
Yeah, I mean, they will try and see if they can make it to the 1st position. They have the last game happening next, at least their last game of the day, as you mentioned, and 68 points right now. I think they can pull it off. They can definitely pull it off, be on the 1st, and end the day on the 1st position. But let's see. Although MABETEX as well, a good jump from their side, moving up 7 positions after their run in the previous match. 31 eliminations as well, placed in the overall rankings on the 20th position. They are sitting there with 22 points. With 1 good game, they can be inside the top 15.
What's wrong with Deadeye's guys? On 19th position.
Ooh.
Second last, ladies and gentlemen, but one thing we know for sure, so far the point structure is really fragile, it's really sensitive. One single good game can just catapult them like 10 or 12 points ahead or 10 or 12 position ahead. So again, it's really easy to catapult yourself, and we know Deadeye's guys can easily maintain that spot too, so I would not really doubt them twice on that one. On the other hand, as you do have the schedule in front of us, and finally we're going to be seeing Erangel being played. The second last game of the day, in which Group B is going to be sitting it out. That means MABETEX Esports, DRS, DAX, and T2K are not going to be playing in this one.
Yeah, and considering it's going to be the last game for the teams of Group A, I think they have to just go YOLO. They have to go all in, because majority of the teams of Group A are doing really well for themselves, but they've failed to be on the first position at all. I mean, Elementrix is a team that has been struggling, but even in the previous match, they had a pretty decent run. Other than that, Raw, Godlike Stalwart, and A1 Esports are doing really well for themselves. So teams from Group A, I think they will be the ones finishing at the top in this game, and I'm going to go with Godlike Stalwart again for my prediction of this game. It is Erangel.
Dude, come on, man. You've been going to Godlike Stalwart like pretty much the entire day today, man.
They have to win a game a day. Otherwise, I don't know, we have to take the title away of being the strongest teams in South Asia. I want one chicken dinner a day.
Be Giga Chad like me. I picked up a team that no one thought would win, and then they came out on top. Something like that, you know? Fight against the odds, Johnny.
Not really.
Do the impossible.
Have lost a lot of money doing that, fighting against the odds. Don't want to do that again.
With that being
you
said...
You don't invest, do you?
What?
Nothing.
What did you say? I'm so confused. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, it's... Okay, I'm not going to lie. Now my mind is really confused. Which team should I go for? But I think so. I made up my mind. Yeah, here we go. High Voltage. They still haven't gotten a chicken dinner on their name. And today I don't think we've seen them play that well too, as compared to how they played yesterday. So, High Voltage. I think so. High Voltage have got what they...
All right.
What they
Let's
need
make
to
it
win this
interesting
one.
then.
Okay.
I'm gonna raise my prediction. Where is it? It's right here, right? It's gonna go away and it's gonna say Raw now.
You're gonna go with Raw? Yeah, that's a solid one too. I mean, Raw is one of those teams too, and no one expected them to do that great. And in the overall rankings, if I'm not wrong, they were sitting in the top 3 before this game. So again, looking pretty solid. High Voltage, still not a chicken dinner. Raw, still not a chicken dinner. Both these teams haven't gotten a chicken dinner yet, so it'll be really interesting to see if these guys are going to be getting a chicken dinner or not. Considering High Voltage are really solid on the map of Erangel, and John, we all know, I think so Erangel is like their prime map. They're really good at this map, and all the time they're just so comfortable in making those execute and rotations happen.
But the problem that I've noticed with both High Voltage and the players of Raw is towards the final few moments of the game, they get too over-eager to go for those elimination numbers. I feel it is because they feel like that is when they can start pumping up those elimination numbers, get those extra points for themselves. But that is not really the situation. You have to be extremely critical and think about closing out the game, be the last squad standing. If you try and force yourself to go for those eliminations, there is going to be a possibility that you will not have the numbers to be able to close out the game. You will lose out on players and you will lose out on utility as well. So if they can slow things down, especially in the ending stage of the game, because we have seen Raw and High Voltage, both the teams, push for top 3 finishes consistently, right? It was just the chicken dinner that was lacking. Hopefully it comes for one of those teams in this particular match, but we will only find out once the game is live.
Yeah, exactly. As you said, we'll be able to find it out once the game's live, and I'm pretty sure the plane's set as well to fly free in the sky, and the plane fly path should be in front of us. And if you spoke about this one, I mean, I want to see a military-based circle. We did see it once in week 1. Now I want to see that once again in week 2, because I feel like this might just be the best one possible, as we have the plane fly path in front of us, starting all the way from Milta to Georgiapol, if I'm not wrong, somewhere around that. But yeah, the plane fly path is definitely there towards Siverny. Okay, so the plane fly path's kind of tilted towards the right side, but most of the teams should not have a problem in extending towards their drop spots, unless if you want to go towards Ferry Pier, which is teams like Elementrix might just have a big trouble.
Well, let's see how big of a trouble will they be in, even if they are. So, as you mentioned, the trajectory of the plane leaning heavily towards the eastern side of the map and the northern part as well. If the circle is going to be towards the military island in a situation like this, it's going to make the game even more intense than before. Elementrix dropping on the edge of the military island will definitely try to find a safe way to head towards Ferry Pier and Primos, since that is where they like to start the game. We have A1 Esports and 1952 Necro dropping together, so there might be a little bit of early action that we would just witness in a few short moments. In the meanwhile, Skylight Gaming going for their 1-3 split drop towards the shelter area. We have the players from CL Esports looking to take control of the Yasnaya Poliana city, and we also have the circle centered around the Yasnaya area. So CL Esports, they better be prepared for all the pressure that is about to head in their direction in a few short moments.
Still, teams are just getting situated. You said we might see an early little drop spot location crash, but that's not the case, Johnny, because 1952, yeah, they kind of like to drop towards farm, and A1 Esports kind of close to that. They like to spread around that edge of that island, and I don't think so far they haven't really fought, even though 1952 probably has made their research happen. But I'm pretty sure these two teams might have had a little talk within themselves, in the locker room talks, as you'd like to call it. Because if you remember at the first game, these two teams had a clash in that drop spot right there, 1952 and A1 Esports, in which 1952 came out on top, and then later on, they haven't really fought against each other. And if you speak about the locker room talks, I think so these two teams have had an agreement on their drop spots.
A peaceful treaty, I believe, as you mentioned, a peace treaty was reached upon by the two teams. But was the same applicable to the players of Raw and Gremlin Storm as well? Both the teams landing out in the open. No engagement between them, though. On the other side, we also might see a little bit of a situation between DE and High Voltage, but I think it is going to be a while before those two teams start fighting, because Deadice guys, they do know how to protect themselves in the city of Rozhok, and High Voltage won't be causing a lot of trouble for them. So this is going to be quite a slow start to this Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. All the teams finding safe haven as soon as they get into the game, and not a lot of opportunity to engage in early fights. The circle also in a position that allows for a lot of safer options to play from in terms of rotating points for the team to find those entries from zone to zone. But on the other side, as we move towards the school area, we do see the lads from High Voltage having taken control of the school building and the school apartments. As we mentioned, quite close to Deadice guys over in Rozhok. But no incentive to move out of this building, no incentive to move out of these positions right now, since they are quite close to the center of the zone.
Speak of being centered off the zone, yeah, High Voltage, they're spread out, without a doubt. They like to drop near school and apps area. And so far, they are there too, but they've got the players of Deadice guys in Rozhok that they need to worry about. One player's all the way in the Water City. So in general, High Voltage are having a really big split on their drop location. They've got two different drop spots just acquired by one team. So High Voltage should be looking pretty good and stacked in that loot. On the other hand, if we do take a look at the outskirts of the map towards Zarki and Northern Georgiapol, you have teams like WIZZES Club looting around, taking their sweet little time. I'm not expecting a lot to happen in the first or early phase of the game, because that's when teams like to just drop in, loot up, and as soon as the next circle hits the deck, that's when we're probably going to be seeing a lot of teams just make that rotation happen. But so far, nothing's going to be happening just yet. This gives us enough amount of time to talk about a team like TRZ, a team that has been on the struggling phase inside this one. Inside today, we haven't seen a lot of teams that did well on week one, on week two, day one. On day two, those teams are not able to perform. And they were looking pretty phenomenal too in the overall rankings, but now they're not up the mark anymore.
But hopefully improvement is going to be there in the future. That's all we can hope for. from their side. Kind of a lot of interesting stuff happening on the map right now. Janmara leaving Lipovka super early and moving up north. I think they are headed for the Stalwart Hills super early on. And while Janmara move up north, TRZ are moving down south, already abandoning Severny. Just across the river from Rozhok is where TRZ are going to be. IHC on our screens, ladies and gentlemen, still present towards Georgopol. And the neighbors are still there as well. WIZZES Club towards the northern Georgopol city. Both the teams quite close to the edge. No one stands between them and the zone. So it should be an easy rotation for both these two teams as well. The only squad in a position to challenge the players of IHC is Raw, but they are down south, just on the other side of Everest. And as we were talking about Janmara, look at this, already on the Stalwart Hills, north of Yasnaya Poliana. No one there to bother them.
Speaking of silent entries, that's what they're trying to do. Oh, the car's a little bit too big to fit through that little gap, but somehow No Fears managed to fit it. Nice parking as well. Should give him some parking points. But the next circle is what's creating the mystery here. Every single team inside the lobby so far, they're just waiting for the next circle to hit the deck. And as soon as it does, we will probably see a state of discomfort in a lot of teams. If you ask me where I want to see the circle now on the given state, I would say somewhere in the rice fields of Yasnaya.
Well, let's see. I mean, Yasnaya is going to be a very good possibility for the circle to head towards, but if it just moves down towards the farm position now, that's going to be so much fun. No one thinks that's going to happen. Snipe YT in a position to snipe down Mamba from the side of TRZ, but decides against it. In fact, just scoped out right before Mamba could step inside his crosshair, or was going to be inside his crosshair. Now he's trying to put the buggy out of commission. Let's see if he can connect a shot onto the opposition at the same time, but the distance a little too much.
Yeah, that
Goes
8x
for
on that Mini.
Not enough. It's not going to be enough.
Yeah, the players are not even rendering in. It's that far. All he sees is just the buggy.
Yep.
It's outside the render distance. But with that being said, airdrop 1's on the board, and it's going to be the MK14 available with a couple of upgrades if the players do want to go for it, if they can't get their hands on it. But it's out in the open in the rice fields. Quite risky airdrop to take. We still haven't seen any sort of blood being drawn yet. Quite a lot of late rotation on the left lines as you do see WIZZES Club still in the blue, tanking that damage. IHC is finally on a move to make it inside the circle. The next circle has hit the deck as well. So, yeah, it's just going to center on up on Yasnaya, where Seal has found themselves in the prime spot. But Seal are quite spread out in Yas, so they will need to try and reunite. On the other hand, you have Skylights Gaming in the outskirts, who will try to close upon Yasnaya. It's their old drop location, so they will be quite well familiar and how to play around it. WIZZES Club spotted out a rotation from the side of Elementrix. Shots are taken, but the 8x is not really connecting.
So almost 10 minutes in, no eliminations in this game. Still yet to witness the first blood. The last time I said that Janmara, the entirety of the team got wiped out in the previous game, but now again they find themselves up against the players of Raw, but Raw sandwiched between Janmara and the players of TRZ out in the open. It's going to be very difficult for them to find decent cover to protect themselves, but let's see. Mad Cat now running towards the shack, realizes he is in an isolated spot as well. If he gets knocked, it's going to be very difficult for his team to find a way to get him back on his feet. Raw finding a way to reach the shoreline over here, quite close to this ravine. It's not an easy position to play the game from. You just have those rocks, but there are lines of fire available to the buildings of Yasnaya, so you have to be extremely careful.
It's funny how the pace of the lobby has been slowed down ever since the week 1. In week 1, we just saw all guns blazing, teams just going after blood, after against each other. Then later on, as the week 1 kept on progressing on, as the days were being progressed on, we saw the pace dropping down of the lobby big time. And now inside week 2, it's hard to find even a single elimination at the start. Elementrix all the way up top and making an interesting rotation. I haven't seen Elementrix take that rotation path since a long time. They're going to try to rotate all the way towards Stalbert, away from all the teams, one of the safest rotation spots possible. Airdrop 2 on the line. It's going to be the Groza with upgrades. Gremlin Storm as well, breaching inside just now. A lot of teams are making a late rotation. But yeah, Yasnaya is definitely the hot spot, and there's a big chance we might just see a circle in the rice fields.
Sealy Esports Zeke on our screens now.
Oh, it was dancing. You saw that? The little
Yep.
pen. Focus on it, please. I want to see that. But I like his pen too. It's pretty cute, you know?
Yeah.
Just like me. I'm just kidding.
I remember last year, didn't you promise the audience that you were going to show us the panda dance?
I never promised. It's you guys.
It was
who were
you and
saying
Fixes. No, you and Fixes said it.
Yeah, but then that never happened, so we never did.
Oh, yeah.
We
What was the
kept
What was the stipulation for that? A hat-trick win for a team, I guess.
yeah, and that never happened, so yeah,
Yeah.
we don't need to do that. Yeah. But other
So if
than
you-
that, I'm a pretty great dancer, but now that I don't need to do it.
Oh,
so
now you
I'm
have to
not
prove
gonna
it.
say- No. Why?
Yeah.
Why do I need to prove it? No, I don't need to prove it to anyone. But
Why not?
Johnny, you've seen my dance when I was in your.
When?
You remember?
I don't remember it.
You don't remember that night?
No? Nope.
Okay, well, if you don't remember, man, our friendship's not, at that level anymore. You've broken my heart. TRZ. TRZ, they're getting picked off one after other. As Seal, they're finally found their eyes on the players of TRZ. Oh, the track was pretty good. Was able to track the prey pretty well. Lucifer. He did connect a lot of shots, and he did manage to get one on his hands. So we finally have seen one man go down, and it's the player of TRZ. TRZ, not a sort of start they wanted. But still, it is quite late inside the game, so I'm going to let it slide.
Yeah, it was 14 minutes in when the first blood was witnessed in. Seal Esports, although, did hear all of the commotion in the distance and now will be focused on finding a way that they can turn it in their favor. But majority of the fights right now, from here on out, in fact, that are going to happen, are going to take place out in the open. And that is going to mean that once you engage, there is no turning back. There is no going back inside the cover, hiding yourself, no protecting yourself. Look at that, Elementrix against the players of Venom Legends. Just finding the instant knock and finish as Gangster is going to be finished off.
Seal. It does seem like we're probably up for the rice field circle. Oh, what a nade! That's a three-pointer. Deadeye's Warriors,
Oh!
the precision with the utilities on the point. And I'd see they're just stumbling down now, one after the other. Two players have been taken down. An instant confirmation was there on the first player as well. The next one's going to sail in even more, and it's going to chip down Godless. But Godless is still somehow barely hanging on to his life as he wants to get back up on his feet. And he eventually will. IT has found themselves in a really tricky spot to stay alive for him. Doc, on the other hand, on top of the roof of that house, he has a lot of info against the players of IT. Deadeye's Warriors, they're really challenging fights in all cylinders. Johnny, if this is actually a rice field circle, today is the day where no matter what I say, it's just becoming true.
Well, let's see though. The circle does in fact shift towards the southern side. It's going to be such a troublesome situation for A1 Esports. They will have at least 4 teams moving in on their position, but for now, we do have IHC against the players of Deadeye's Warriors, DE Warriors. And Doc, he's trying his level best to keep IHC pinned down. But a beautiful setup, a beautiful rotation tactics from the lads of IHC. Will see them just safely moving out of that position. Gremlin Storm in a world of hurt as they are losing players left, right, and center. Fear is going to be on his knees as well. And on the other side of the map, we do see Skylight Gaming up against the players of Elementrix.
High voltage! Inside Yasna, it's an all-out war. It's an actual war as 2 players being lost from the side of High Voltage. Assassin and Prabeen go down. Jiggle, the main man, the IGL is still up and alive. Domain will want to... Domain actually wants to go for the confirmation. Assassin is still surviving though. He's still knocked out. Wants to sneak in a nade inside that house, but so far he's not able to find that sweet spot. It's going to be tough to squeeze in a nade in that one. High voltage, Prabeen's back up. Assassin still knocked out. Domain has no clue that Assassin is right on the other side. He does hear a lot of audio cues. But on the other hand, even WIZZES themselves are catching a lot of hurt. Octopus finds a rotational knockout against the players of IT. IT were quite desperate to make that one, but unfortunately could not survive it as IT's lost out on the player. And inside Yasnaya, it's just so many teams. It's an ruckus all across the board. Kivate took a bit of damage with that gas can. Should not have blown it up like that. Now he'll need to burn through a med. And he's on a med deficit, that's for sure. Domain catching some bullets. Not a position you want to be in. WIZZES club, they're in a state of discomfort. Even though they have a compound to play with, the windows are something that's playing a factor against them.
One man knocked out, finished off early on. Octopus quit and Domain, all that are left standing for the side of WIZZES club right now. And they have the position, the location of the players of High Voltage right in front of them. Let's see what their intentions are going to be like for them. On the other side, Deadeye's guys finding a few openings on the players of DE Warriors. They get a few extra finishes as well. Look at this there. IHC put in a world of it all of a sudden, not really realizing that the opposition is going to be there waiting for them. Elementrix right now, ladies and gentlemen, and they are in a very bad spot because look at the radar. They are 240 meters away from the zone and they will have to move down south. There is not a lot of opportunity for them to do so.
Deadeye's Warriors out the fray. Not inside the game anymore. 15 teams alive. Well, scratch that. They're still alive, but they're right next to the players of Godlike Stalwart. And there is a fight happening. And yes, it is going to be a circle in the open fields of Yasnaya, the rice fields. It shifts right down south. And Yasnaya is now going to be out the contention. That means every single team will need to make it inside the circle. They will need to lift the sweet spot they have found themselves so far. Elementrix against the players of Venom Legends. Venom Legends clearly having a big advantage with the height, but soon they will need to leave it. Elementrix already on a move. They don't want to lose out on that one. They want to be as quick as possible to get that good spot in their hands. IHC2 now in the fray. A lot of fights happening at the same time. Kind of hard to cover all of them. And even Skylight Gaming now chiming inside the fray. Now the main problem is going to be how do you make it inside the circle while there are so many teams inside Yasnaya.
Well, but let's see how many of them are going to be able to escape the city. It's not going to be easy. A massive cluster in the southern city apartments. Well, Raw, they have been pinned down. Seal Esports trying to go for the finish. Lucifer with a nade in his hands. Does see Liquid running out in the open, but the nade is not going to connect. Liquid, he gets in the car, tries to run away, but does not make it to the other side as he gets finished off by the players of Seal Esports, who walk away with all 4 finishes from that fight. 6 eliminations secured in total by the lads of Seal Esports. Elementrix are going to be shown the exit from this game as well. And A1 Esports on the other side up against the players of Skylight Gaming. Gajor trying to run out for the finish. The nade is going to be lobbed as well, but Koa, he's going to be standing out in the open and does take, in fact, a lot of damage upon himself. Both the players from the side of A1 Esports extremely low, but they're trying to secure these points as quickly as possible. And oh my goodness, showing the exit to the players of Skylight Gaming. What a wonderful fight. But still, they will have to pay in the fact that I don't think they're going to be able to bring the entirety of the team back. They will be losing out on those numbers.
Yeah. A1 Esports is looking like a whole nother beast. A lot of teams now are getting caught outside the zone as well, especially inside Yasnaya. They will need to clear out every single house. And to do so, they will need to challenge and fights as well. They will need to sweep their way in as we have 1952 up against the players of Giant Mara. Giant Mara in a world of hurt. RX Jax is down, but Devil Boy wants to go for a Resident Evil. 1952, still 3 players up and alive, and they're looking quite healthy. John Mara being a big pain for the players of 1952. The 2-2 split in these little apartments. The rest 2 players are getting charged on. Entry now decides to finally take things in his hands and wants to punish the players of John Mara for pushing up even more. Entry's position's been definitely compromised. Giant Mara, no fear, loses out. No fear, knocked out. Even Gelsen's taken down quite low. It's all down to Gunner, and Gunner's on run. Does not want to be taken down. Does not want to fall prey to the players of 1952, but he eventually will. What a fight taken from the side of 1952. Entry, all props to that man. He found the entry on that fight, and the rest of the team capitalized on it perfectly.
Oh, but look at the zone. Right in the hands of Godlike Stalwart it goes. And everyone else is just there to fight their way into the circle out in the open fields. And I don't think that is going to happen. Godlike Stalwart, it's all up for grabs for them. All they have to do is shoot at the players that are stepping out in the open. And I think majority of them are just going to end up taking each other out themselves. Down to 6 teams, 21 players. High voltage also out of the game. WIZZES Club down to 1 last player surviving. Dead Eyes Warriors, they have 2 left standing for themselves, and they are being put under heavy pressure by the players of DE now. Look at this. Sneak is going to be the last player left standing for his team. True Love, he's going to peek out from behind the hay bale and almost manages to connect the util onto Snake. Chari is there to support his teammate as well. And the Warriors, I think this is it. They are done for, at least in this game. There's nowhere left to go, nowhere left to run.
Godlike Stalwart pretty much just dominating this entire circle. And yeah, they're just finding these elimination points like it's nothing. Now they're starting to clean up the field as Deadeye Skies and DE Warriors are up against each other. And both these teams are in a really bad spot. Out in the open in the rice fields, finally on top, reveals himself from the back as the players of Godlike Stalwart, but Axon catches a nade onto himself, and now Godlike Stalwart might just find themselves in a bad spot. And yes, they do. They are griefing themselves inside the situation in which this could have been their chicken dinner. They were dominating the entire final moments, but somehow they got a little too complacent inside the lobby.
Well, definitely, as you said, they got a little too complacent, they got a little too overconfident, and I think because of that, the win is going to switch hands. This has to be a game for Dead Eyes, guys. Godlike Stalwart, from being in a perfect position to close this match out, now they are down to 2 players. Pika and Scry, all that are left standing for the team, while DE are just waiting for their opportunity and also waiting for Seal Esports to reveal themselves. On the flank, Seal Esports outside the circle. So is DE. They have to just go and cross the bridge. But Pika finds the opening. True Love is going to be knocked out. Pika still left standing. Switches over to the nade. Is going to lob it towards the players of DE. And if he manages to equalize the numbers, then this match is going to come down to a 2v2v2.
Yeah, from which 2 players are off Seal. Seal, they've been looking quite okay today.
Yeah.
We have seen them in a lot of limelight situations. They have been getting a lot of spotlight today. They are engaging in some fights and actually coming out on top in those too. So props should be given to Seal. On the other hand, Deadeye's guys still continuing to be a problem. for the players of Godlike Stalwart. Godlike Stalwart not really able to understand some good fights and the bad fights and just pushed in a bad fight in which they lost out on 2 players. Now which Godlike Stalwart on a man deficit, Seal on the same page as well, but Seal in a big disadvantage as they need to close in on the circle. The player needs to go prone and now start to close in a little bit at a time. Smoke walls being created from the side of Godlike Stalwart, just making sure the enemy team's not going to have any sort of sight lines onto them. Scry moving in from the left, but the nade's going to find an opening as Scry is able to find on top. Second one goes down as well. From the back is the players of Seal. From the front is the players of Godlike Stalwart. They're getting picked apart from both the directions.
Something that I don't think anyone expected or anticipated. Even the players of Dead Eyes guys getting caught off guard by surprise. True Love, he's going to be back on his feet, but what a nade from Scry! Getting 2 players from 1, and now all of a sudden, Dead Eyes guys, they are down to the last player. Scry is going to go for the finish. 15 eliminations by Godlike Stalwart. The final 1v1, and what would you look at that? No one is able to stop Godlike Stalwart at this point. What an amazing win. 16 eliminations, 31 points. Oh boy, sitting on the first position again.
Speak of the gods, and they strike it stronger than ever before. 16 elimination, 31 points wrapped up from that game with damage dealt of 2453. Even though it seemed like in the late phases that Godlike Stalwart could have missed out on the opportunity of getting that chicken dinner, but they still somehow get the grip back inside the game. And with just a 2-man, make the job happen. This is what this team is known for. No matter what the odds are, they will always stand against it.
I should have stuck with my prediction over there. This was a very, very fun game to witness with how Godlike Stalwart were first in an advantageous position, and then they sort of threw it all away. DE doing the same thing in the very end, just grouped up together, huddled up together, not realizing a nade is going to fall in their direction and they could be taken out just like that. But ladies and gentlemen, for now, we're going to take a very short break. You guys stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Fall Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me. And what a way to close out the game. No one thought Godlike Stalwart, they still stood a chance of closing out this game with a chicken dinner, but still, 2 players it seems like are enough for them to pull off a win against 2 completely different teams, finishing off 6 players in the process and securing 16 points in total from the previous match.
I don't know how they always just find a way out of those tricky situations, man. I want a mindset of these players. I want to know what goes on in their head all the time, because no matter what sort of situation you put these players in, they will always find a way out no matter what. And so far, I mean, it's like you haven't really seen a consistent performance from Godlike Stalwart, but they don't need to. All they do is when they realize, all right, they're falling away, they're falling way too back from the competition, they start taking things serious, and this is the result in front of you.
Yeah, and also I have to say, it is going to be celebrations for the players, fans, in fact, of A1 Esports as well, because during the game, we do get to, like me and Necro, by we I mean, we get to see the live rankings as well, and for a moment, A1 Esports was sitting on the first position. So I think they're still going to be a part of the top 3 with the last game done. But we do have the MVP of the match. It is going to be Zeke from the side of Seal Esports. 6 eliminations secured, 797 damage dished out, 25 minutes of survival time. It was a very, very good game for Seal Esports. up until the point that I think they also expected DE to be the team to beat and not Godlike Stalwart, because of which they were too focused on DE. Otherwise, they could have just finished off the 2 players in front of them and then refocused on DE as well. But they wanted to get the competition, the main competition, out early. 6 eliminations on Zeke, then we have 6 on Action, who is there on the 2nd position, followed by his own teammate.
I mean, speak of whole nother beast, and this is a prime example of that. Speak of the gods, and when they strike, it's a thunderous strike as Godlike Stalwart blow everyone away with their performance. And as we have Deadeye's Guys 2 finally showing up to the occasion as well. We were speaking about Deadeye's Guys just a moment ago, Johnny, and we were saying that they are on the 2nd last spot. And now with this one, with this solid sort of performance, Deadeye's Guys should find themselves in a better spot.
I mean, hopefully we're going to see them move up the rankings to a better position. But I don't know how big of a jump or a leap it will be, because even today we saw them struggle before this particular game, and this was the match that they desperately needed. But maybe tomorrow, not tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, we're going to see them make the climb. Because DE, again, it's very weird to look at them outside of the top 5, but looking at the match rankings, Godlike Stalwart 31 points, Seal Esports 22 points to their name, and A1 Esports, they are right there with 5 points secured from this particular match. So the top 3 is going to be in a very interesting position, considering majority of the teams from Group B are the ones that will be competing for the top spot as well. I mean, we have DRS, Train to Kill, MABETEX, DAX, and they're going to be going all in the last game. But let's see. Oppo F21 Pro moments on our screens right now.
Oppo F21 Pro moments, and this was the first ever elimination inside the game that happened after quite a long time. Then we saw some 3-pointers from the side of Deadeye's Warriors, just right on top of the players of IHC. It was just raining down one after the other, and IHC couldn't do anything. Then IHC tried to make quite a desperate rotation, and they got caught by the players of WIZZES Club, where Octopus was able to line up some nice shots onto them. Later on, we saw a complete trifecta of death in here, where Stalwart Esports wanted to take a big advantage of this fight, but unfortunately overextended themselves and didn't realize that was not a good fight for themselves. And in the end, it was just Pika saving the day for the team, being the IGL, stepping up for the occasion and making sure his team comes out on top. And just with that game, Godlike Stalwart claimed their throne in the overall rankings. But still, one more to go where Godlike Stalwart are not going to be playing.
Yeah, they won't be there in the last game, but they have established quite a wonderful difference, Necro. It is 15 points that separate them and High Voltage. And as you mentioned, they won't be there to perform in the last match. Group A done with their matches, ladies and gentlemen. High Voltage, they have a goal now. They have to finish day number 2 on the first position as well. Raw Official can pull it off as well. They are 18 points behind in comparison to Godlike Stalwart, but as we move to the second page of the ranking, we do see the players of Deadeye's Guys, and as I said, I don't think the jump is going to be that massive. They move up to the 17th position, just going up 2 places, but from here on out, if DE manage to be a little bit more consistent, they can break into the top 10, because the difference from the team on the 11th position is just a mere 12-point difference.
I mean, still, the latter half of the board, there are quite a lot of surprises. Deadeye's Guys with that performance took a 2 spots leap, not enough for that banner, and we know what they're capable of, so I'm not really going to be worrying. 1952, though, this gives me a little nostalgia. This reminds me of the past, ladies and gentlemen, of how the players of 1952 did. And yeah, this is looking like the similar sort of performance, the similar replications of what they did in the previous PMPL. But hopefully, as they prove themselves in week 1, they should be able to prove themselves in week 2, as well as they have a lot more games to go in the future. And there's a chance one single good game can catapult them big time in the overall rankings. One more game to go, in which Group A is going to be sitting it out. That means Godlike Stalwart are not going to be present in this one.
And it's not just them, it's Raw Official as well, another team that's sitting there in the top 5. Elementrix is not going to be playing this game, and A1 Esports won't be there. But as I mentioned earlier, Group B is going to be returning to the party, so DRS will be back to play. Train to Kill is going to be back. MABETEX is going to come back in, and DAX is going to be there again.
Mm-hmm.
But still, it is going to be a map of Miramar, and as I mentioned earlier, high voltage, I think, is definitely they will have their eyes on the prize, the first position. It is going to give them so much momentum for tomorrow, but I want them to pull it off with a win, with a chicken dinner to their name. So if you were to ask me my prediction for the last game, I think I will pick high voltage.
I was actually going to go with them again, but just because you picked them now, I don't think so. It's going to be fair to pick them again. And I don't know, man. Tough to say. Tough to pick a team here, but considering Godlike Stalwart and easy options out, I'll need to go with a difficult one. So I'm going to go with Deadeye's Warriors. They closed things off pretty phenomenally last time inside week 1, so I think so. I think so in this one as well. They should be able to close things off pretty well. Not in week 1, in week 2, day 1, my bad. So they were able to close things out pretty well. So I think so. Similar sort of replication we can see once again. I don't know.
Maybe. I mean, there is going to be a possibility. And again, DE Warriors is also one of those teams that you expect to walk away with a win, but they haven't really been able to just close out the matches. That's what they're struggling with. I mean, even during the mid game, we do see a lot of good fights coming in from their side, but the closing moments is where they seem to struggle. But hopefully in this one, we will see an impressive run from the side of DE Warriors. Yesterday they got one game. Yesterday, the first game, they were able to close out in a wonderful manner. But after that, the fall off was there. They finished 8th, they finished 10th, they finished 13th. Today they are doing slightly better. The first game of the day, they were 7th, then they were 16th. After that, the first team to be eliminated in the second game of the day. But hopefully the improvement has been there. They are being extremely aggressive, I'll give them that, but that also seems to be the reason why they don't get as many chicken dinners.
Again, I would say the replication of Godlike Stalwart is definitely there. The perfection, not there just yet, because again, as I've been mentioning, unique playstyle of unique teams, right? And Godlike Stalwart is a pretty unique team in itself.
Yeah.
And if you're going to try to replicate what they do, a prime example of this can be Noah, right? From China, of course. And the playstyle that they have is pretty unique itself. A lot of teams try to replicate it, but they never can succeed in that. It's because that sort of playstyle is suitable with those type of players itself. You can never try to just pick up a strategy and try and be masters at it. But Deadeye's Warriors so far, their replication is looking pretty okay to me.
I mean, it is looking pretty good as well, but there are certain moments when you need to know how to slow things down and where you need to back off. Basically, where do you need to put on the brakes? But let's see what is going to happen, ladies and gentlemen. The last game of the day underway. The trajectory of the plane starting from Impala, going all the way towards La Cobriera. And Impala flight path is going to mean Gremlin Storm. They're going to have the start that they want, along with the players of TRZ, who always head towards the southern edge of the map. CD Esports also a preferable trajectory of the plane, but it all comes down to where the circle will be.
Exactly. The plane flight path as well. A similar sort of plane flight path that we saw previously. El Pozo is going to be a little out of reach, but not that far away. There's a chance we might see some early fights, but the chance of that happening are as well pretty low, I would say, because I don't think so. I would know if there's a fight or not, because El Pozo, two teams like to go there, and so far we haven't really seen any sort of signs, at least, of that fight happening. MABETEX Esports on their way towards Tora and Muda. They will drop there. They will try to get their suitable loot and then try to move on. The circle is going to matter a lot for the teams, and it's going to be a central circle, a standard Miramar circle, favoring pretty much the most of the teams in it. It's not going to be, so that means we're up for a long game, ladies and gentlemen. We're probably not going to be seeing any sort of fights early off. Teams are going to be pretty comfortable inside the circle. They will take their sweet time to loot. They will take their own time. They won't really try to hurry things, and that's why we won't see any sort of fights in early off. Skylights Gaming up north, Venom Legends on their way towards El Pozo, or towards Ruin, all the way on the left. And speaking of Venom Legends, it's another story. It's another fairy tale. On day one, it seemed like Venom Legends, they're finally awakened. The beast have been awakened, but then later on inside day two, we're not seeing any sort of replication, not even close to what they pulled off yesterday. A little drop clash. Two players catching each other's eyes, and they're now just deadlocked onto each other. It's Doc922 up against Kese from the side of Seal. And Kese is just behind that wall, waiting for Doc to expose himself. Seal's cavalry does seem quite close. There's a big chance Doc might get surrounded, but Spooky's quite far away. And Doc, there's another player in the back. If he decides to close on up on Doc, then this can be a big world of problem for this player. But Doc instantly decides to back off and start looting. I would say that's a mature option. Try to loot first and then decide to get engaged in a stalemate situation, because usually in a stalemate situation, you're just stuck in one spot. You cannot move. You cannot pull anything off. You're just stuck in that one spot, and you're burning through a lot of time. That means you're not going to be able to close inside the circle and find yourself in a better spot. That sort of a time can be utilized in so many better things than just getting stuck in one spot in a stalemate situation where you're neither getting any sort of elimination points out of that. Seal, they have a nice field set up, but this trap is definitely lacking a lot of things. They're not looking that great on loot either. Neither is Doc from the side of Deadeye's Warriors or from DE Warriors, but he's on a run. He does not want to stay anywhere near that. He wants to move away from this spot, and he is doing so.
Well, let's see how this is going to work out for him, as he will have to go for an uphill climb right now. Doc from the side of DE Warriors. Seal Esports in the distance right behind him. They spot him out. It's not going to be worth it. And yeah, this is quite an unlucky situation for Susan from the side of Venom Legends, as he lays out in the open just behind the vehicle. His pet trying to keep him entertained.
Yeah, he's looking at it. Ooh, he's flexing his muscles too.
Well,
damn.
Yeah.
Ooh. They're having a little chat, you know.
Yeah, he's quite upset with him just hiding, I guess.
And he's like, he's motivating him. He's like, go out there, fight. I know you've got this, warrior. But then Susan's like, no, man, too scared. If I peek out, it's open field, man. I might get shot from anywhere.
I would love to hear what this cute little thing I have to say. But, oh my goodness, I thought Doc was stuck. But he is the one who finds the first blood of the game, taking down one of the players from the side of TRZ. And yes, that is the first blood, because we were already one player short with the Warriors starting this game with 3 players, and now we are down to 62.
Finally, some early fights. I love to see it, because these previous games, we haven't seen any action in the early phase of the game. But I love the decision Doc made. Decided to back off from that fight. But what am I seeing here? DE Warriors, with only a 3-man squad inside this game, they've lost out on one player. Might sting him in the back later on.
Let's see. It's quite unfortunate right now what's going on with the players of DEW. And Doc definitely has a long way to go before he's going to feel safe with the presence of his teammates around him. Joker from the side of Deadeye's guys. Well, he is quite close to his teammate, I'll give him that, but even they have gone for a 2-2 split as well. With Dax moving in south, could be a troublesome situation for the players of Deadeye's guys. They will have to be extremely careful with how they engage in this fight.
Yep, that was probably all the action that was in stock for us, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Now it's just going to be some slot zones. Not a lot happening. Teams just positioning themselves better or trying to gather some intel around them. Just overall getting comfy on the map. The circle is standard circle, so as I predicted, we'll probably not see a lot of fights happening early off, but we did see a little bit of action, but not enough. John Mara, previous game, they got stuck in quite a tricky situation. But now maybe they're just looking to flip the odds. Maybe now they're just looking to flip the tables in the map of Miramar and get this one in home. T2K, another team that has had quite a tough outing, I would say.
We'll see the legend in the distance. Can be spotted out by No Fear, but will he be able to find the opening for his team? Does spot the head of the opposition for a few seconds across the ridge. Wasn't enough time for him to be able to do anything. So he's just going to reposition himself after relaying the information to the rest of the squad as to where the threat could be from. And Legend as well. He has to be extremely careful. If he calls his teammates over here, then they don't really have an option apart from engaging against the players of Gianmara. And he knows that as well. The distance between the two squads is a little too much. You might be able to secure those knocks, but unless the opposition is completely out in the open, it's going to be quite difficult to secure the final finish.
Yeah. Airdrop one's on the board. MK14 with the upgrades. Next circle is going to shift on the left side. There's a big bunch of teams in the center, or pretty much on the right side of that circle, but the left side is completely free. Venom Legends is moving in pretty late. Skylights Gaming 2 is on a move. So Power Grid's up for contention. If a team does want to go for that, it is up for grabs. Free. None of those teams are anywhere near that. A big wave of vehicle moving in from all these sides. Deadeye's guys have found themselves in the prime spot. High voltage in the outskirts. And yeah, so far, I mean, not a lot happening. We do see little gunshots being fired from DRS, but this should be the circle where the fight should start breaking down.
Let's see though, Gianmara now, after just chasing away the little bit of aggression that was headed in their direction by the players of T2K, now I guess do realize that there are more teams surrounding them. As in the distance we did witness a few seconds ago the players of DRS. But again, it's a central circle on Miramar. So majority of the fights are going to take place beyond, well, after the 15-minute marker has passed. Early stages are going to be quite quiet in this game.
Yeah.
Rules, this could lead to some action, as MABETEX has been spotted out by Rules with a Mini 14 in his hands.
Just to let you guys know, the elimination leaders of the PMPL so far. Top is back on the first spot. Is back on the top with 46 eliminations and 10,154 damage dealt. And then Doc has been pushed down a second spot. Assassin's on the third, Action's on the fourth, and IC is on the fifth. It's really surprising to see IC there.
Yeah.
I would say it's refreshing, because this is something you used to see back in the day, if you remember. But yeah, I'd see they're putting up those numbers in those elimination brackets. But as I mentioned, they've always struggled between choosing a good fight and a bad fight. T2K against Gremlin Storm, an uphill fight, as two players are right on top of that hill. Fear was inflicting some pain and hurt onto Legend. Legend's pretty close to a threat. He might get approached by him soon. But does Legend know that there is one player in the clotheslines? Memo is just not making him move. He's not even moving a muscle. Legend, there's a big chance he might be caught off guard if Memo decides to make a move on him. But so far, only two players have been eliminated inside the lobby, on which Deadeye's Warriors only, or DE Warriors only started off with 3 players, so he wasn't even eliminated. He was not even in the game. So we've only seen 1 elimination so far. Ooh, the bolt action. Looking to crack some skulls open. Is he going to be able to find that mark? GSM, you guys better not peek out. If you do, you might just meet your makers.
WIZZES Club quite close to being the reason we might not see WIZZES Club, GSM move further in the game. But look at that. Mid-rotation, a lot of damage being taken by Demo, but he still manages to make it. IC being the scout for the team, moving up front, leading the charge right there. Seal Zeke has a lot of information about the rest of the competition, but not really in a position to pull any moves upon them. Is going to decide to reposition now. On the other side, though, Gremlin Storm Memo getting taken out by the players of DE, and there's the finish as well. While the rest of the squad finds themselves up against High Voltage. So, mid-rotation, losing players. And now they will have to stop and reassess as to how to progress from here on out.
Speak of progression. High Voltage didn't even need to move a bit. Still in Picado. Picado almost to center spot of the next zone too. So yeah, High Voltage can just sit down there for a long time. IT and T2K, the fight finally breaks down as Godless has taken a lot of damage. The nate's going to close up perfectly. Legend finds one. The trades are happening back and forth so far. Legend finally decides to make a move, but this time it will catch a bullet right in his dome as Sandesh is all the way in the back just providing some cover fire, but it's not going to be as strong as the players of IC. T2K on the verge, on the brink of getting eliminated. Sandesh is trying to get away from this one, but Demo does not want him. Does not want to let him get away.
Right, Sandesh now up against the players of MABETEX Esports. Sees, or not, in fact, hears Volley and Leo just passing around him. Being quite patient, this would work out quite nicely for him normally, but there are more players coming in from his right. Does manage to hide himself for a few extra moments. But Sandesh has to be extremely careful. He's the last player surviving for his team. And he doesn't really want his team to just take an exit without any points. Sees Killer YT in the Mirado, the golden one in fact. Finds the knock out in the open. Will go for the finish as well. That's the first point for T2K. But on the other side, IHC Esports up against the players of Janmara now. IC, they have openings traded out for either teams. But IC, he went for it. Went for the duel up against No Fear. And well, he was taken care of pretty quickly. Demo in a world of hurt as well, but the nade right in the feet of Jarlson, enough to knock him out. Now Nofia going for the push, but Demo, he's trying to take the fight, will not be able to find the opening as now Janmara stand there with a massive advantage for themselves. IHC, they didn't think this is how the fight was going to go.
Yeah, Janmara just doing some light work on these players. Again, it was IC just pushing all by himself for no reason against those 2 players. If IC would have played that a little safe, things could have been different, but Godless been taken down, almost about to get taken out the game as well. Gunner pulls out an 8, wants to shut down last man. The rookie Alex still up on his feet, and he's looking to slap down these players. Nate's going to crawl quite close. Gunner finally getting pushed on by Alex, and Alex is going to shut him down. Wins that initial duel. Now Alex, 2 more to go, or 1 more to go exactly, and No Fear is going to be cleaned up as well. IHC, they somehow crawl their way back inside that fight, and Alex clutches it out with a 1-on-2. Dax, all 4 players in the same sort of houses. Para GD as well right there. Dax, the confidence is definitely lacking, but Dax want to pull something off. They want to do something different in this game. But High Voltage might just stop them in their tracks.
Dax Paragod. They have a very interesting position in the zone, right in the center. They are surrounded from almost every single direction, but look at this. WIZZES Club, basically in the same compound as MABETEX, and it's going to be quite difficult for them to survive if an engagement happens right now. Still being hopeful. They can protect themselves as well. If the opposition goes down, then you automatically make it to the other side. Let's see. The blue zone has started to move. It's started to close in. And all of these teams are going to be hoping for the fact that the zone does not move far away from them. It just stays on the city of Picado. Let's see how this is going to go. Still 13 teams, 40 players alive.
WIZZES Club with 2. They do hear a lot of footsteps. They do hear a lot of thumping. But again, just because of the man deficit, they cannot react on it. Venom Legends, we haven't seen the replication, not even a performance close to what they put up yesterday. Godlike Gaming, they're trying to blow up or get rid of the vehicles of Venom Legends, so making sure they're not going to have a quick way out of that spot. If the circle takes a big toll away, if the circle takes a big shift away from them, it's going to be next to impossible for the players of Venom Legends to close in if it takes a hard shift away. And I think so there's a big chance it probably will. It has to shift outside the circle. I don't think so it's going to be an urban finish.
It's going to be quite intense in the end. 19 minutes in, still no action. Not a lot of action, in fact. Everyone just playing for position. Everyone just hiding their presence. High Voltage, TRZ, DRS, DAX, Seal Esports. Early rotations working out quite nicely for them since these are the teams inside the zone right now and with some decent cover as well. Skylight Gaming moving out in the open are going to lose one of their own.
And Skylights.
Yeah.
And look at this. I mean, Skylights Gaming, they're on the top. But that's as soon as the next circle moves up, a lot of teams are in a big state of discomfort. Baron found himself on the safer side inside the casino, but he might just be picked off soon. He's still moving around right there. Deadeye's Warriors as well on a desperate move, being welcomed by the players to Seal on that territory. Sneaks is still trying to sneak away with, but he's knocked out. He doesn't have the maximum movement speed. Seal with all 4 players still up and alive and looking pretty healthy, up against 2 players of Deadeye's Warriors, or DE Warriors.
Well, the Warriors right now, they have a 1v2 option of Lucifer right next to them. But in order to take that fight, they will have to expose themselves. A little bit of a utility exchange between the two teams. Spooky's HP is going to be dropped down to around 20. But he does have a fair stage to put on, so he's going to be back to around 75 quite easily. In the meanwhile, his teammates are looking to get a few extra points from individuals that weren't able to make it to these cover positions. And all of those extra points are going to work quite nicely for them. One more team eliminated from the game. We're down to 12 teams, 34 players still alive.
Yeah, and DE Warriors, they spot out a rotation from the side of WIZZES Club as they took out one more to go to wipe them out the game. Octopus with the buggy still behind that compound wall, not even leaving this buggy at this point. Now finally we'll decide to make a rotation. We'll hope for the best, and we'll stop on that fence. There is a smoke pathway created, so maybe that can help him cross over, but he does not want to take the risk. He does not want to expose himself. Seal, looking to seal the deal onto them, and finally WIZZES Club will follow it up, taking out the game. The backs were quite exposed, nowhere to go. The circle's just playing a lot of cruel games, and usually the circle that does land near Picado, yeah, it is quite a cruel one. You got to be really quick on your feet. You got to be really having the luck on your side. Seal, still, there's a big threat around him, and that is DE Warriors. They still haven't been able to get rid of that threat. And if this threat manages to stay alive for even more longer, then it's just going to keep on increasing, of course, because Seal as well, they need a move. DE Warriors, on the other hand, they will be happy with some elimination points because they don't have the man number anyways. So at this point, if a fight is being challenged, DE Warriors are not going to back away from this one. Zake spots that one man slipping by, but the nade just going to blast right on his face as Zake goes down. Now it's a 2-on-3. Finally, it seems like the situation sort of neutralizing. Second nade to seal the deal, maybe on the fallen player. It will try to follow up, but Zake has managed to crawl away from that spot, but not anymore. It's going to catch him as Doc 922's nades are precise than ever before. Lucifer chipped down low, patches himself up. Seal realizes it's the go call. You cannot afford to take the fight. And Kese still manages to find Nirzed, but Doc, a big threat, is still up and alive.
Let's see, as you mentioned, with Doc, a big threat is still lurking right next to them. On the other side, Skylight Gaming find themselves up against the players of DE, Dead Eyes guys. And Chari is going to be the man leading the charge over there in that fight. CD Esports, oh, Lucifer stepping out in the open. Could have been taken down by Venom Legends, but they failed to hit their target. And instead, Gangster is the man who's knocked out on his knees. Seal Esports, a wonderful way to retaliate, as Susan also gets knocked out. So the numbers are dwindling down. 19, 26 players still left standing as DRS are going to be eliminated from the game. The zone definitely switching hands as now it is in the control of the players of DE. They have the high ground advantage. They have all the information that they could need to close out this match. And the team right next to them is Skylight Gaming. Not enough numbers upon them, but on our screen, Seal Esports up against TRZ, and Spooky is going to run in. Atomic needs to be careful. The UMP is going to be deadly, and there it is. The opening for Seal Esports. Spooky loses a lot of HP, needs to be careful. Get away from the door, or the nades are going to be enough to take you out. Now 2v1 for Mamba. Well, in fact, a 2v2 as Rare is going to be right behind him. But with one more nade, these lads can, in fact, just eliminate the entirety of Seal Esports. Let's see how that fight is going to go.
Deadeyes guys having all the 4 players up, and so far they're looking in full force. Finally, now the go call is going to be made as they make the push happen. Lucifer and another one goes down, but DRZ somehow managed to wipe the existence of Seal, as Seal could not stand a chance against TRZ. Perfectly played that one. Patience finally paying off for the players of TRZ. Just held their ground, waiting for the players of Seal to breach in. As now Deadeye's guys pushing against the players of Skylights Gaming. Mr. Bora and Mafia Ninja might just find themselves in a big world of trouble. If one nade sails in perfectly and lands between these 2 players, it can find 2 knockouts, and that's what exactly happens. Instead, it lands right on top of Mr. Boro. One more to go to wipe him out the game, and yes! Mafia Ninja gets taken out the game as well. Now, another challenger approaching. Venom Legends in the close contentions.
Well, let's see, the Venom Legends, they are trying their level best. They have the HP bars as well. Gangster, he's going to go for a nade, but fails to connect. Chari stepping far away from the damage radius, right in the nick of time. On top, and Joker right on the other side of the ridge. Will definitely have to be extremely patient and not engage unless absolutely important. They're right on the edge. They have to be careful about this, but also focusing on the players of Dax. Quite an interesting choice over there. TRZ finding the opening. On top is going to be knocked out from the side of DE. Mamba in a perfect position to flank. So Dead Eyes guys, they are going to be stuck in the crossfire right now. High voltage moving in on the players of Dax. In fact, it's going to be Malik and Prabeen. They know the players are going to be pinned down in the house in front of them. And if they can deal with Dax, then they can deal with the players of TRZ as well. Oh, Malik, look towards your left. Right in the window, we did see Assault. But they miss out on the opportunity to get the squad wiped.
Deadeyes guys on the top. Venom Legends, they've got their eyes locked onto them, but unfortunately a little too late to react, as the MG3 is going to strike them down before they even have the chance to react at the same time. But Venom Legends, 2 players grouped up behind this little ridge. The next circle starting to close up as well. Now the circle's way too small. TRZ, 1 player's exposed. Rare's position still uncompromised. If he does get spotted out, it's not going to take any sort of time to just wipe him out the game as well. Deadeye's guys know there is Venom Legends on either side, but they're not peeking out either. Deadeye's guys running low on utilities as well, so they cannot toss in any sort of nades. Gangsta trying to fight back with the AK, and the close can be so deadly, and he wipes out the entire existence of Deadeye's guys. Deadeye's guys getting a little too complacent and speak of what Venom Legends weren't able to replicate, but they finally are able to do or get a chicken dinner in this game. Venom Legends striking back once again and get another chicken dinner booked on their name on the last game of the day.
But is that correct? Is it just enough to get them on the 11th position? They were in the top 3 after the second game of the day was done, but the fall was so drastic that even after the win, even after the 20 points, they're just going to be making it into the top 11. By the way, this is the 3rd chicken dinner win this week.
Yeah, this
3 chicken dinners.
Impressive. Gangsta, all props to that man, just clutches it out against the players of Deadeye's guys single-handedly. That AKM in close range strikes in stronger than ever before for that man. Definitely a trusted weapon after that one. But, ladies and gentlemen, we were literally criticizing this team, saying that they were not able to stay consistent, not able to replicate what they pulled off yesterday. And it's funny how as soon as I started saying that, they just pull it off. Just to end things off on a great note, to keep the momentum, to keep the flow alive in the upcoming days.
Well, hopefully, even in the matches where they don't win, we're going to see them secure a lot of points, because that seems to be the problem for Venom Legends. Now, 3 wins out of, I believe, the 8 games that they have had so far. That is actually very impressive. And Venom Legends, I mean, kudos to them for pulling this off. Because week number 1 wasn't that great for them. Week 2, they had a very good start on the first day. Today itself was when we saw things slow down a little bit. The first game, they finished top 4 with no eliminations, and after that, they had to skip out on the second game. But game number 8, game number 9, things weren't looking too good. Game number 10 is where they click, walk away with a win. But for now, we're going to take a very short break. You guys stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this.
I'm the real, real deal. I'm the real, real deal. Ignition, it's a bang. You know my name. I'll be your everything. I'll be your high flame.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Fall Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me. And what a way to close out the day. I mean, today has been a day of surprises, I have to say, because first of all, we did not expect, let's say, Godlike Stalwart to have the kind of jump that they did. They pulled it off quite nicely. A1 Esports is doing really well this week. And then there was this game. Out of nowhere, Venom Legends is walking away with a win, just stealing the victory from the clutches of their opponent. An impressive, impressive finish.
Impressive finish indeed. I mean, Venom Legends able to step up to the occasion and able to rise up when they really needed to, because we were speaking about the consistency. We were speaking about what sort of a spot they ended day 1 on, now what sort of spot they are on. But they finally strike in, they get the chicken dinner, and now they should have a decent positioning in the overall ranking, at least somewhere in the top 6.
Well, at least somewhere in the top. I completely agree with that, and hopefully we will see them make a push for that tomorrow. But all of that will be revealed once we have a look at the overall rankings. But before we get there, we have to talk about the match MVP, ladies and gentlemen. This time going to Joker from the side of Deadeye's guys. Now, Deadeye's guys, this is one of the slowest starts I have seen. This is the game where they did really well for themselves, and they were looking very, very solid. But still, the game wasn't theirs. The win wasn't theirs.
He got overconfident and pushed on Venom Legends. That was one of the biggest mistakes you can ever make. And they pretty much underestimated that team. Let's be honest. Sometimes when you see an underperforming team in the elimination feed, you just get this sort of like a confidence. You're like, this team's not doing that great anyways. Let's make a push against them. And I think so that was a sort of moment that happened against the players of Deadeye Skies too. Or maybe it was something else. Maybe it was some other circumstance. But I'm just giving the possibilities. I'm just thinking that maybe this is what happened, or maybe they were just forced to make a push on those players. But no matter what, that push was pretty unorganized, I would say.
Yeah.
I don't understand when 3 players, you guys decide to push onto the entire team or onto those 2 players of Venom Legends. As soon as one player gets knocked out, the rest 2 players just decide to back away. They decide to run away from that fight. I don't know why that happened, but if you do decide to make a push, just fully commit onto it.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was about to say. I think there was the communication call wasn't proper, which should not happen at this level of play, right? You have to, all 4 people inside of the team need to be on the same page. Either you're going for a fight or you're not going for a fight. Either you're committing completely to a push or 2 people are going to stay behind. Something like that. I mean, clarity needs to be there as to how the fight is going to be approached if you are going to go for people going for the flag. But this time, again, it was also a brilliant move on the part of Venom Legends at the time when they decided to step up, secure that final pick, and secure the win for themselves. Was so perfect that no one could have predicted that was going to happen. It was just something that no one anticipated was going to happen. As you said, Necro, you played against the odds and walked away with the win with the game where you said A1 Esports was going to get the chicken dinner. Well, Venom Legends heard you, and they were like, we're going to do the same thing, but in a different game.
But in a different game, yeah. I mean, it's just because we were criticizing them over and over again, questioning their consistency, and they finally strike in. But I would still say that is not consistent enough inside a lobby. You still need to be more consistent. You guys didn't really get a lot of elimination points. You guys only got 5 elimination points and 15 placement points. That's going to total give you like 20 points. And I would say that'll catapult you, yeah, for sure. But I think so you guys need to work on your elimination bracket even more.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I mean, eliminations do become important because in certain tie-breaking situations, there is a priority being given to the eliminations. Don't get me wrong, it's not the highest priority in tiebreakers, but there is a priority because the first priority now goes to the placement points. In fact, it goes to, the placement points, exactly. And then there's the number of chicken dinners, then there is the number of eliminations that you get. But still, Venom Legends, I believe, a little bit more aggressive and in the early game stages, and the point average is going to go up by quite a lot, but still a very good game from their side. We did see a few big names take an early exit. I mean, Seal Esport, I think the moment the zone moved away from them, they were playing from the southeastern edge in, I believe, the 6th or the 7th circle, and then all of a sudden just moved towards where the players of Venom Legends and Deadeye's guys were. That was a moment Seal Esports' chances of winning this game were just completely flipped.
Yeah, and as you do take a look at the Oppo F20 and Pro moments, I mean, T2K got a couple of engagements. I at C2, I would say it's just the circle really playing cruel games, right? Completely being unguessable at the start. It seemed like it's a complete standard circle. They didn't really see a lot of engagements happen. We saw one early blood, but this is exactly what I'm saying. As soon as one player gets taken off, you see Joker Sir just going all the way on the right lines behind the rock. I don't see the problem there. If one player is peeking on the ridge of that high ground, I think so all of them should have just charged on forward instead of just playing around the ridge or even just stopping for a moment.
Yeah, I mean, utilize your numbers. When running towards an individual, players usually just split away a little too much, allowing the individual on the other side to isolate those fights, which is never really something that you should do. Always prioritize and capitalize on the numbers that you have. But the damage histograph looking very solid. TE, no matter how critical we are of their ability, of them not being able to close out this game, they still played extremely well. They got 9 eliminations, they finished on the 2nd, and they dished out 2,000 damage. They knew the circle was theirs. They knew that every other team apart from them was in a very bad position to even stand a chance of fighting them, and they were doing so well. So a small little mistake towards the very end was I'm not going to say it is justified, but to be fair, I mean, anyone could have gotten overconfident if they were dealt those same if they were put in the exact same situation. Anyone would get overconfident.
Yeah, but again, we're just speaking of the execution, right? It's okay to be
Yeah.
overconfident in that situation. It's okay. You know you can overpower that other team.
Yeah.
You know you can easily tackle them down. We're speaking of the execution here. If all those three players push at the same time and they don't back out, if they don't stop and just continuously keep on pushing, then the outcome could have been different. And if they could have traded the player out as quick as possible. But the trade wasn't there instantly, and that's why I think so. Or at least that's why we think as commentators, that's why that happened. But we never know what's going on within themselves, within the players, what's going on in the comms. But if you speak of the overall rankings, ladies and gentlemen, High Voltage claiming their throne once again, taking it away from the players of Godlike Stalwart. Venom Legends, they're going to take a nice leap on the third spot, and they're looking pretty good.
Well, they are looking extremely good for themselves. And I think with how we were talking about Dead Eyes, guys, I'm going to change my statement. I don't care. They made an 11 position jump. They are on the 6th position, 63 points to their name, and still 3 more days remaining of the second week of PMPL South Asia 2022 Fall Season League stages. So there is an opportunity for them. And if they play like this every single time they are inside of the game, I think they're going to be extremely impressive, and they will finish in the top 3 again. But on the other side, we have Train to Kill this week, not really working out for them. 15 points with the chicken dinner secured as well, and they have barely managed to make it to the 15th position. So week 2, the competition is even tougher, because on the 19th, TRZ is there with 40 points.
I mean, T2K, Deadeyes guys, these are a team that you cannot really point fingers on, you know? I mean, you know what these teams can do. You know it's not going to be that tough of a climb for them. They can easily climb if they do make up their mind. So, yeah, we're just waiting for T2K to take things a little bit more serious. Today, a decent amount of teams that are doing really good in the overall league standings started taking things serious, and they have found themselves on the first page of the overall rankings. We're still waiting for 1952 to strike. Maybe in the upcoming days, they probably will, which is probably day after tomorrow.
Yeah, day after tomorrow, the matches are going to resume, ladies and gentlemen. And that is when, as you said, maybe we will see 1952 strike and perform in a similar manner that we saw them in week 1, because this is quite surprising. From being in the top 3 to being a part of the bottom 3, that's a drastic drop, and it's quite difficult to explain as well, because they are being very aggressive. They have 29 eliminations to their 16 placement points that they've only managed to secure this time around. But still, the situation not really working out for them. But ladies and gentlemen, we have a comparison of Godlike Stalwart Week 2, Day 2 versus Skylight Gaming's Week 2, Day 2 performance. Extremely close, but still, Godlike Stalwart securing those extra points because of how aggressive they are.
I mean, this comparison is quite interesting, huh? I mean, Skylight Gaming has had quite a decent day, I would say, today.
Exactly.
So yeah, this comparison makes sense. But if you do take a look at the overall standings and the overall comparison between these two teams, then Godlike Stalwart is, of course, miles ahead.
And they are. And, I mean, again, compare that to where they were yesterday. Yesterday, I don't want to say it, but the correct word to use was struggling. We saw them outside the top 10 at the end of the day yesterday, and today they have started to move up. In fact, they started the day on the top 4 with the last game yesterday. They did make, in fact, into the top 4. Then there was a drop during the middle of the day, and by the end they made it to the top 2 as well. But overall rankings, ladies and gentlemen, after the total 29 games that have been played by the teams, Godlike Stalwart sitting on the first, still sitting on the first, with 357 points. High Voltage on the second with 297. So there's, what, like a 60-point difference between them and the competition.
Yeah.
And they have 8 wins. They have 8 chicken dinners.
Yeah, that is incredible, right? And yeah, it's still they're in top. I mean, as you did mention, 8 chicken dinners. These are the overall league standings, by the way, guys. If you guys are confused, these are the overall league standings combined from week 1 and week 2. And Godlike Stalwart, I mean, still at the top without a doubt. They are looking like an unstoppable force of nature. On the other hand, High Voltage on the 2nd spot, even in the overall rankings here. And DRS is on the 3rd spot, IIT on the 4th. No matter what, if IIT is not doing that great inside this week, they're still on the 4th spot in the overall league standings. So I think what really does matter for a team like IIT is that overall league standings. As long as your overall league standings are not falling off, then you're good to go. Top 10 are going to be qualifying in the PMPL SA Championship. So top 10 is what really matters, or top 16 to qualify inside the grand finals, and then in grand finals you will need to be in top 10.
Yeah, exactly. But in order to have a easier time in the grand finals, you have to perform now, because as we have been talking about, ladies and gentlemen, these overall rankings decide how much bonus point advantage you will get at the start of the grand finals. If you are sitting on the 1st position, you get 20 points. If you are 2nd, you get 19 points. If you are 3rd, you get 18 points, and so on. Being on the 20th position means you only get 1 bonus point, and these points are earned based on the rankings on a weekly basis. So at the end of every single week, the overall rankings will decide how many points you have. And let's not forget, to play the Live game, you have to be in the top 12 of that particular week's ranking. It is going to be quite intense, and well, because of which the teams are being forced to be as consistent as they can. We did see A1 Esports in the bottom 3, but Necro A1 Esports this week are looking very good, and I think their ranking is going to improve.
Yeah, it should, but I think the pace should be really slow, because in the overall rankings, or in the overall league standings, we clearly saw A1 Esports are still on the 18th spot. So yeah, the progression's going to be there, but the progression's going to be really slow. They will need to amp the pace up even more if A1 Esports wants to be somewhere in the top 16 and qualify for the PMPL Grand Finals in general. But as we have the elimination leaders, Top is back on the top. This is where we're supposed to see him, and he is back on the top here on the 1st spot with 46 elimination points. I counted you guys out on this before, and later on we have DE Warriors over here, as Doc922 has found himself with 45 eliminations and 10,807 damage dealt. Doc just has a lot of damage dealt than other players.
Well, I'm just happy with the fact that the survival times for the players of Stalwart Esport have gone up. I mean, Doc has been impressive, extremely impressive in fact, but if you remember when we saw this elimination leaderboard yesterday, the players from Godlike Stalwart were there with like 18 minutes of average survival time, but this time they have improved upon themselves. But we have the day summary on our screens, ladies and gentlemen. Skylight Gaming winning the 1st game of the day, then we had IHC winning the 2nd. Miramar number 2 of the day was ruled by the players of A1 Esport. Erangel going to the players of Godlike Stalwart, and then it was Venom Legends walking away with the win in the last game of the day. So it was an interesting day nonetheless. We saw a lot of comebacks, especially from the likes of A1 Esports. Venom Legends, have to say, been quite consistent this entire week. But this does give a lot of stuff that the teams need to work upon for day after tomorrow, because that will be 3 days in a row, and at the end of the 3rd day you have to play that Levic for extra points.
Oh yeah, you will. That extra points will help you position yourself in a better spot in the overall week standings. Mark my words, I said week standings, not league standings. And the bonus points will be given away with deciding on at the end of all games on what standing you found yourself in the overall week standing. So again, fresh chances for all the teams. As we mentioned, clean slates will definitely be there. It's up to you to capitalize, and so far a lot of teams are doing so.
Yeah, and they are doing quite phenomenal as well in their performance and how they have been playing. But with that, we do come to an end of our day today, ladies and gentlemen. Now we'll be coming back again tomorrow. That's going to be Friday. And again, it will be the same competition, the same rankings that will be continued. We will have to see how High Voltage are going to do, because they seem to be the one that are the closest in terms of this week's ranking and in terms of the overall ranking to take down the players of Godlike Stalwart. But it's not going to be that easy. There's still, let's not forget, in the overall ranking, a 60-point difference separating the two teams.
Exactly.
But along with that, we do have to call it a night as well. So see you guys again on Friday. Until then, thank you so much for tuning in. Bye-bye.